You settle into the quiet of the hearth workshop, the last warmth still clinging to stone and iron like a memory of fire. The air is thick with dust that hasn't stirred in days, suspended in slanting beams from a single high window where starlight bleeds through the glass, cool and untroubled. There are no flames now. No forge has blazed for hours, not since the last hammer fell silent against anvil's edge. And yet, the hearth still hums with residual heat, a low pulse beneath your feet as you rest on the worn wooden bench that runs along the far wall. This is not a place of urgency or completion. It is a space between tasks where time slows and breath settles into rhythm, like stone settling after rain. This is a Dwarven hearth workshop, though no one tends it by name anymore. No clan, no title, just this room tucked beneath a ridge of gray stone where the wind forgets to howl and the earth feels solid enough to lean on. The walls are lined with shelves carved from rootwood and river-smooth slate. Their surfaces cluttered not with tools or weapons, but with small things. Wooden pegs sorted into bowls by length. Folded cloths stacked like sleepy animals. Jars of beeswax and linseed sealed tight. Beneath corks that have long since stopped, needing to be checked. The air smells faintly of oil and dry pine, a scent so familiar it feels like home, even when you're not sure where home is. You are alone here now, not entirely though. Somewhere beyond the glow of the hearth, a figure sits just off-center in the room's deeper shadows. Shoulders rounded beneath a thick woolen tunic stitched from many patches, fingers resting on knees that rise like small hills above worn boots. This is the keeper of the bench, the one who tends to what remains when everything else has been put away. They do not speak at first, not aloud. But their presence fills the space with quiet acknowledgement, as if they've known you were coming before your feet even touched the floor. This story is not meant to wake you or push you forward. It is a slow rhythm of hands and stillness, of objects that need no names, no purpose beyond being handled and set aside. It is original imaginative fiction, written for relaxation and entertainment, crafted in the same way a craftsman might shape wood without needing it to be anything but itself. No promise, no guarantee, just this. You are safe here, beneath stone and cloth, where time does not demand motion. The hearth keeper shifts slightly, their fingers brushing against the edge of a small tray, already half full of wooden pegs. They do not pick one up immediately. They watch your breathing first,
steady and deep as it settles into the room's silence. Then they begin to move, slowly, deliberately, like water finding its way through cracked earth. The first task is sorting, not for use or repair, but simply because some things are better when they belong where they should be. The pegs come in 4 lengths: short, medium, long, and extra long. And their heads vary too. Round, flat, slightly flared at the base. They lie scattered on a broad board made of oak, from a tree that fell during a storm 3 winters past. You see them only as shapes now, shadows with grain, smooth or rough in different places depending on how they were sanded. The keeper takes one, short, round-headed, and turns it between thumb and forefinger before placing it into the leftmost bowl, labeled only by faint etching no longer visible without light. It's not about labeling, it's about touch, the way each peg settles differently in hand, the slight wobble when balanced on a fingertip, how one feels slightly warmer than another from recent handling. You are invited to help if you wish, not because it matters, but because your hands have been busy all day too.
You may reach forward and take any single peg you see, any color of wood, any size, and place it where the keeper's fingers would have.
There is no correct path, no rush, no need to finish anything. You lift a medium-length peg with a slightly warped head. Its surface has been rubbed smooth in places by time or touch, but still carries small scratches and dents like old weather maps. You run your thumb along its edge, feeling the subtle ridge where it was once split from a larger piece. Then you set it into the second bowl, neither too fast nor too slow, and watch as the keeper nods once without turning. Next comes cloth. Not for clothing or banners, not even for padding. These are thick blankets of woven wool and hemp, layered in thicknesses that feel like folded sky after a long winter night. Some have frayed edges from years of use. Others remain pristine beneath layers of dust. The keeper unfolds one gently onto the bench beside you, its surface stitched with wide, looping patterns that look like nothing but rhythm. No meaning attached. You may fold it if you wish. Not because it needs to be folded. Not because anyone will see or care when morning comes. But because folding is a small act of stillness, a way of holding something without needing to hold on. The cloth lies flat now, its weight settling into the wood like breath into sleep. The keeper lifts one corner and begins to fold it over itself. First in half, then again. Each crease soft against their knuckles. You watch the edges come together, not perfectly, but with enough care that the shape remains whole. When they finish, they set it aside on a lower shelf where other folded cloths already rest, stacked like ancient books without titles. They do not look at you as they move. Only allow your presence to be known by how their shoulders dip when they breathe, how their hands pause just before touching the next thing. A drawer lies open nearby, its runner worn thin from decades of movement. The keeper reaches for a jar of beeswax and dips 2 fingers into it, pulling out a small glob that glows golden in the dim light. They begin to rub it slowly along the length of the runner, just enough to restore the surface's quiet glide, not so much as to leave residue. You are not asked to help with this, but if you wish, you may take up the jar and feel its weight, the way wax cools slightly on the outside, even as the inside remains soft, and press your own fingers along the track where it once slid beneath dust and time. The motion is slow, deliberate. As the wax spreads, a quiet scent rises, honeyed, faintly floral, not unpleasant, but not sweet either. It fills only this patch of air, no more, no less than what's needed to mark the act of care without demanding attention. When it's done, they place the jar back beside the drawer and let their hands rest on their knees again. Now comes cork stoppers, small ones, each carved from a single piece of walnut, sealed at one end with beeswax. They sit in a shallow tray lined with felt, ready for use, though there is no bottle to close or liquid to preserve. The keeper takes them out one by one and places each into the next empty space, not because they need placing, but because it feels right to move them. You may do this too if you like. Take a stopper and place it in an open spot, feeling its weight before letting go. There is no order, no reason for placement beyond the motion itself. One stops when the hand lifts, another settles slightly askew. It doesn't matter. Then comes cord, plain twine made of tightly wound hemp fibers, unbleached and rough to touch. The keeper winds it slowly around their hands, not in a knot or loop, but just as a spiral that grows thicker with each turn, like a small nest built from absence. They let go after 3 full turns and leave the coil resting on the bench. You may wind your own if you wish. Take up the end of the cord and begin to twist it between your fingers. Not for any purpose, but because twisting is easier then thinking.
Let it grow thick in your hands like a pulse, then set it down when you no longer want to feel it. You feel the last coil of cord settle against your palm like something that has been waiting to be released. The weight is soft now, not heavy with purpose, just present, like a breath held too long and finally exhaled. You let it rest where it lies, unclaimed by any design, untouched by need. No one will come back for it. No tool will require its thread. No task demands its twist. It stays in the hollow of your hand because you chose to hold it there. The hearth crackles once, a low pop, like old bones settling. The air is thick with warmth that has soaked into stone and wood alike. Deep warmth, not sudden or bright, but slow and patient. You shift slightly on the bench, feeling the grain beneath you. Rough in some places, worn smooth where hands have rested often over time. Your back remembers the shape of a tool handle, the ache of lifting heavy blocks, the way your shoulders hunched forward when fatigue came like a second skin. You turn now to the shelf just beyond your reach, the one with the small wooden drawer runners. They are not part of any object you've built, nor do they belong to anything finished. Each is carved from pine that has aged in silence, stripped of bark and shaped by hand, each edge smoothed over seasons you can't name. You lift one gently, feeling its weight. Not light, but not burdensome either. It rests in your palm like a memory of motion. You run your thumb along the surface, tracing the grain as it runs parallel to the length of the piece. There are no marks, no symbols carved into it, just wood shaped by time and hand. You press down slightly at one end, feeling how it resists, yet gives when you apply pressure. It moves just a fraction before stopping, like something that knows where it is supposed to be, but has not been asked. You set it back on the shelf, not in any particular order, just returning it as you found it. But your fingers linger for a moment longer than needed, brushing the wood's edge, feeling its quiet resistance. You could lift another, or leave them all where they are. There is no need to choose. No one will know what you've done. Across from you, on a narrow table carved into the wall, lies a folded cloth, thick and heavy, made of undyed wool that has been brushed until it's soft as breath against skin. It was meant for mopping up spilled oils or wiping tools clean, but it hasn't seen use in months. The folds are deep, even, like creases left by something long folded away. You reach out and unfold one corner slowly, letting the cloth fall open with a sound
like wind through dry grass. It spreads over your lap, warm from its place near the hearth, heavy with stillness. You don't need to clean anything now. You're not even sure what you'd wipe off if you did. But you hold it anyway. Just the feel of it pressing against your legs, thick and unchanging. You roll it up again, tucking one edge under as you go. Not because it needs refolding. It's already folded neatly. But because rolling is a motion that takes time without demanding purpose. You press each fold with your palm, smoothing out small air pockets, letting the wool breathe into itself again. The cloth doesn't mind being handled twice or 3 times. It has no expectations. When you stop, you place it back on the table as if setting down something returned from a dream. It lies there, still folded, but not quite closed, like it's paused in between thoughts. The air shifts slightly, not with movement, but with sound. A soft creak of wood, distant and deep, like stone settling after years of holding its breath. The workshop is full of such sounds. The slow exhale of old timbers, the quiet shift of stone under pressure, the faint click of wax cooling on an unseen surface. Your eyes drift to the low shelf near your feet, a narrow ledge where a single brass hinge rests beside 2 small wooden blocks. It's not broken, not needed yet. The hinge is cool now, its edges dulled from time and careful handling. You pick it up carefully, feeling how the metal holds heat differently than wood or stone. You turn it over in your hand, the curve of the joint smooth against your skin, the screw holes small and clean. It doesn't need to be fastened anywhere. It won't open any door. But you hold it anyway, turning it slowly between fingers that know how much pressure is safe, how much movement is enough. You set it down gently on one of the wooden blocks, a soft thud, like a thought being placed in its proper place. Then you leave it there, not to fix, not to use, just to rest for now. You could move both pieces again if you wished. Slide them apart, tilt them slightly, but you don't instead. Your hand moves toward the tray of cork stoppers, small, round, like suns made from old forest floors. They are all different sizes, but none too small to hold in a palm. You pick one up, feel its density, the way it resists being squeezed without breaking. You place it on the bench, not into a hole or vessel, just down where you can see it, like a stone dropped into still water. It doesn't belong anywhere specific. There is no jar waiting for it, no bottle needing sealing. Yet you set it there anyway, because you can. Another follows. This one, slightly larger, with a surface that's worn smooth from being held by many hands before your own.
You don't know who they were. You don't need to. The stopper sits beside the last like an answer to no question. You pause and watch how the light falls across them. The hearth glow spilling in a soft pool, turning the cork into something almost warm, as if it could remember fire even without flame. Then you take one more. This one with a faint spiral carved near its base, not deep enough to matter, just a mark left behind. You place it between your fingers and hold it there, letting the shape press lightly against your skin. You don't need to decide where it goes. The room breathes around you now, not loud, but present. The wood settles deeper into itself. A faint tremor runs through the stone floor near the hearth, not threatening, just a ripple of quiet adjustment. You do not flinch. It is nothing new. It has always been this way. Your hands are still in your lap, not doing anything, just resting. The wool cloth lies folded beside you, one corner slightly lifted by air that moves too slowly to name. You look at the pegs, still scattered on their tray. Wooden ones, not polished, not numbered, some longer than others. One has a small chip near its top edge, like it was tapped once with something hard, but not meant to break. You don't know what broke it, or why it matters now. You reach out and take one up, just the shape of it in your fingers, nothing more. The grain runs straight down its length. It feels solid enough, not delicate, not fragile, just there. You place it back without thinking. No need to sort them into groups or line them by size. They are not tools for building anything new. There is no wall being raised tonight. Another peg follows. This one darker at the tip, like ink had touched it once and never washed off. You don't ask how. You just set it down beside the others. There's a pause now. A space between motions. The hearth flickers again, not with flame, but with a slow pulse in its core, as if something deep inside is breathing. You feel your shoulders drop further into the bench, not from exhaustion, but because you've stopped trying to carry them anymore. They are no longer holding anything, just resting like old stones at the bottom of a stream. The air smells of dust and ash. Yes, but also of warmth that has lived in wood for years, of oil that was spilled and forgotten long ago, of wool that has been folded
too many times to count. You shift slightly on the bench, not enough to disturb the stillness, but just enough for your back to find a deeper hollow in the wood grain. The warmth from the hearth spreads across your shoulders like something that remembers how to be gentle. You don't need to move. There is no task waiting beyond this breath. No nameless duty pressing at the edge of focus. The world has settled into quiet, not because it's finished, but because it doesn't have to be. Near the far wall, where stone meets shadow and light forgets its path, a low shelf holds a row of small brass cylinders, each no taller than your thumb, rounded at both ends, like forgotten seeds from some slow-growing plant. They are smooth, not polished, just worn by time and touch until their surfaces hold no glare. You don't go to them yet. Instead, you watch the way dust moves in the air near the floor, a slow drift, as if something invisible is walking backward through the room. You reach for a folded length of thick cloth, not wool this time, but something heavier, like felt made from fibers that grew underground and were never meant to be seen. It's been stacked beneath a wooden lid on the low table since last week, perhaps longer. Its edges frayed and softened by silence. You lift it slowly, letting the weight settle into your hands. The material is dense, but not stiff. It yields where pressed, folds without resistance. There are no seams to worry over, no pattern or mark, only a quiet consistency of texture that feels like memory in cloth form. You lay it across your lap, not for use, but because you can. It settles there with the same ease as breath settling into lungs. The surface is rough in places, yet warm where the hearth light touches it, like skin that remembers warmth even when still. You run a fingertip along one edge and feel the slight ridge of an old stitch. Not repaired, just left alone. There's no reason to fix it now. It doesn't matter. You take up a small jar from beside the bench, one of many without labels or purpose, filled with what looks like dried bark fragments in oil. The liquid is thick, dark, almost black. But when you tilt it gently, a shimmer runs through it, like old light trapped under ice. You don't open it. You set it down again and let your fingers rest beside it. No need to know what's inside. There's no reason to take anything out. Instead, you turn toward the drawer near the wall. A shallow one made from dark-stained oak, its runner worn smooth by years of sliding back and forth without urgency. It is not locked,
You don't pull it open. You only watch the way light catches the edge where wood meets stone, how a thin line of shadow moves across it as if marking time in silence. You reach out with both hands, not to push or pull, but just to rest your palms flat against its surface. The warmth from the hearth travels through your skin and into the wood. It's not hot, not even warm like fire, but alive in a way that only still things can be when they've lived long enough. You press gently, not hard, just enough so that you feel it breathe under your fingers. The quiet give of aged timber responding to pressure without protest. Then you let go. The drawer remains closed, but not forgotten. A small coil of plain cord lies beside the bench. No color, no twist. Just a single strand wrapped into a tight circle, like something left behind when a task ended too soon. You pick it up with 2 fingers and examine its surface. It's rough where it was cut, but not frayed. The fibers hold their shape well. There is nothing special about the length or thickness. No knot at either end. You don't tie anything with it. You don't wind it into a tighter coil. You simply let it rest in your palm for a moment. The weight of stillness balanced between thumb and forefinger. Before placing it back where you found it. Not quite on top of the bench, but just beside it. As if you were deciding whether to keep it or return it to silence. There's a quiet sound from behind the wall. A single tap. Not loud, not sudden. Like someone gently tapping their knuckles against stone in greeting. You don't turn. There is no one there. Or perhaps there is, but they have nothing to say. The noise fades into the air before it reaches your ears. You look at the tray of wooden pegs again. Still scattered, still unsorted, not even disturbed by your passing hands. But now you notice something new. One of them has a tiny knot near its center, like a closed eye in grain. It's small enough to miss unless you're looking for it. And yet you see it now, not because it demands attention, but because the light is just right. You don't pick it up. Instead, you watch how the shadows shift across the tray, as if something deep within the stone floor is dreaming. The hearth has not changed. No new pulse in its core, but the air feels heavier here, softer at the edges. It doesn't press on you. It only exists. You close your eyes for a breath, not to sleep, but because you can. You let yourself be held by the quiet between sounds. A faint vibration runs through the bench beneath you, not from machinery or movement, but from something older. The slow shift of stone as it remembers how to settle into itself after centuries of holding weight. You open your eyes again, across the room, near a low stand with 3 legs and no top.
sits a small pad made of leather-free material, something like pressed felt layered over cloth. It's not meant for use, not even for sitting, but it has been placed there carefully, as if someone once thought to rest their elbow on it during a long pause. You lean forward slightly and touch it with your fingertips.
The surface is soft but firm, slightly resilient. There are no stains or marks, just the quiet uniformity of something that was made not for wear, but for presence. You press down lightly. It gives just enough to feel like it knows you're there. Then you pull back. You don't need to adjust it. Don't need to move it closer or farther from the light. It stays exactly where it is, neither too much nor too little in the space around it. Nearby, a single brass hinge lies on its side. A simple piece, 2 arms joined at an angle with no screw holes, no attachment points.
It's cool to the touch now. Not cold, but simply quiet. You pick it up and hold it in your palm, turning it slowly so that light glides along one edge. It doesn't belong to anything. Not yet. Not ever, perhaps. But you don't need it to. The room holds things without purpose all the time. Tools left out of use. Parts not meant for joining. Objects too small or strange to name. You place it gently on a flat surface beside the bench. The same one where you set down your last stopper. It doesn't matter that it's not where it should be. Nothing here is supposed to be in its proper place. That was never the point.
The air moves again, not through doors or windows, but from within itself, like breath drawn inward and held too long before release. You feel it on your skin as a soft shift. Not wind, just awareness of space breathing around you. You look at the pegs once more, not to count them, not to organize, just because they are there. The one with the knot is still where it was. The dark-tipped one sits beside another that has a tiny groove worn into its side, like something pressed against it too many times. Not hard enough to break, but deep enough to mark. You don't pick any of them up again. Instead, you let your hands fall open in your lap. They rest like stones at the bottom of still water, not sinking, just being. The warmth from the hearth spreads further now, not through air, but through wood and stone, into every corner where silence has lived for years. The drawer near the wall remains closed. You don't know if it's ever been opened before. It doesn't matter. You notice now how the light from the hearth has softened into a kind of memory, less bright than warmth, more like the lingering shape of something that was once hot enough to melt stone. It pools on the floor in uneven patches, stretching thin where the flagstones are worn smooth by generations of footsteps
that never left marks deeper than shadow. The air is thick with stillness, not empty, but full of things too quiet to name. Threads of dust suspended mid-fall, tiny shifts in temperature between wall and shelf, a soft pressure behind your eyes, like sleep, learning how to arrive without asking permission. Near the far corner, where the stone wall bows slightly inward, as if tired from holding its shape for so long, there is an object you hadn't seen before. It rests on a low shelf, carved directly into the rock. No wood, no metal, just something shaped by time and hand. A block of dark material, not quite coal, not quite bone, smooth in places, cracked in others with fine lines like frost patterns, frozen mid-spread. You don't know what it is, but you don't need to. It sits there as if it had always been meant to be seen, only when no one was watching closely. Its edges are rounded by touch and thought, by someone who once ran fingers along its surface, not to shape it, but simply because the motion felt like returning home. You shift your weight slightly on the bench, and in doing so, disturb a small cluster of dried herbs tucked beneath a folded cloth near the edge of the table. They rustle faintly, a dry whisper that doesn't carry beyond the space between you and the wall. The scent rises slowly, something like sun-baked earth after rain. But not quite. It's older than soil, quieter than memory. You breathe it in without effort, letting it settle behind your ribs like a thought that no longer needs a name. A drawer near the back of the room has shifted open just enough to reveal its inner face. A smooth plane of dark wood with 3 shallow grooves carved into one side. Not for handles, not for anything functional. Just 3 lines drawn in perfect symmetry, as if someone had paused mid-motion while making something that would never be finished. The opening is narrow, just wide enough for a hand to pass through, but no more. You don't reach inside. There's nothing pressing you toward it. No urgency in the silence between one breath and the next. Instead, your attention drifts to the far wall, where shadows pool like ink spilled across stone. There's a small panel set into the masonry, half hidden behind a draped cloth that hasn't been moved for years, perhaps decades. It has no handle, no latch, just a seam so fine it might be mistaken for a crack in the rock itself. The surface is warm to touch when you lean forward and press your palm against it. Not hot, not cold, but alive with a quiet pulse, like something breathing beneath layers of stillness. You don't open it. You let your hand rest there, as if resting on a heartbeat that isn't yours. A faint sound rises from somewhere in the floor, almost imperceptible. A soft click, then another, like two stones settling into place after centuries of waiting. It comes not from any machine or mechanism, but from within the earth itself, from deep under the workshop's foundation, where time has pooled and slowed until movement becomes sensation instead of action. You close your eyes again, not to sleep, but because you can feel the weight of being awake without needing to see. The world shrinks into this moment. The soft hum beneath the floorboards. The warmth at your back from the hearth's long after glow. The way your breath moves through your body like water finding its level. Your fingers uncurl slightly where they rest on your knees. Not because you're told to, but because they remember how not to hold on. On a low stool near the wall, there is a bowl made of fired clay, unusual for this place, too smooth and symmetrical to be handcrafted by anyone who works with iron or hammer. The bowl has no glaze, only a slight sheen from years of touch, worn thin in places where fingers have passed over it repeatedly. It holds nothing now, not even dust, but the hollow space inside feels full, like it once held something important and still remembers its shape. You don't pick it up. You let your gaze pass over it as you might glance at a star too faint to name, knowing it's there without needing to claim it. Near the edge of the hearth, where the stone is worn down by heat and time into a gentle curve, lies a small piece of leather, no longer usable, not even for repair. It's been folded in half multiple times, creased deep at each fold, edges frayed like old paper. You reach out with your thumb and slide it along one side, the surface rough but yielding, as if the material still remembers being stretched tight across a frame. You don't unroll it. Not because you can't, but because there's no reason to. The folds are part of its meaning now, not something that needs unfolding, just something that has been shaped by time. The air shifts again, this time not as breath or vibration, but as color. A faint bloom in the corner where light touches the wall. A slow wash of gold deepening into amber, then soft brown, like honey settling through glass. You don't know if it's real or only imagined. It doesn't matter. The shift is gentle, continuous, not sudden enough to draw attention, but present enough to feel. A single thread lies across the floor, thin and white, caught between two stones near the hearth's edge. Not broken, not dropped from anything obvious, just there. You don't pick it up. Instead, you let your gaze follow its path, as if tracing a route that no one else has walked in centuries. A journey without destination. The bench beneath you is warm now, not just from the fire, but from the weight of your body and the stillness around it.
It holds you with quiet certainty, not like wood holding nails or stone holding pillars, but like something that understands what it means to be a place where someone can simply stay.
Across from you, on a narrow shelf built into the wall, there is a small stack of wooden discs, no larger than your palm, each carved with different patterns, spirals, grids, single lines drawn at angles. Not runes, not symbols, just shapes that seem to have been made by someone who wasn't trying to say anything in particular, but simply wanted to feel the grain beneath their fingers while thinking of nothing at all. One disc sits slightly askew, its edge tilted by a fraction of an inch. You don't correct it. It's not crooked because it failed. It's tilted because it was placed that way, and no one has ever needed it to be straight. You turn your head slowly toward the far end of the room, where a single plank hangs from two iron brackets, just above knee height, not attached securely, but still in place after years. It sways slightly when you breathe too deeply, as if responding to something deeper than air. You don't look at it long enough to decide whether it's meant to be moved or left alone. The silence grows softer, not by fading away, but by becoming more complete. Not empty, not hollow, just whole in its own way. The kind of quiet that doesn't ask you to fill it with noise, nor does it push you toward action. It simply is. Like the pause between heartbeats, like a stone settling into mud. You feel your shoulders drop. Not suddenly, but gradually. As if gravity has finally found the right angle to let you rest without effort. The hearth gives off no smoke now, no sparks, just warmth that moves through the room, not by spreading, but by being absorbed, like light sinking into dark soil and vanishing quietly beneath the surface. A small pile of sand sits in a ceramic dish near the wall, the kind used for measuring time before clocks were built. It's dry, fine, evenly distributed. No hourglass here, no measure. Just grains that have long since stopped moving, settled like forgotten words. You don't count them. You let your eyes rest on their stillness, as if they were stars too far away to name or touch. The floorboard near your left foot creaks, not sharply, not from weight, but as if something deep within the wood has decided to remember its name. It's a sound that doesn't belong to motion or pressure, but to memory, like an old joint turning in sleep. You don't shift. The warmth beneath you spreads deeper now, not just into your bones, but into the quiet between them. The space where stillness holds more than silence ever could. A faint scent rises from the hearth, not of ash or iron, but something softer. Dried moss after rain, sun-warmed stone, and a whisper of beeswax that has long since cooled to its true form.
It clings to the air like an old song half remembered, not loud enough to be sung again, but present just the same. Across from you, on a low table made of stacked river stones bound with darkened rope, lies a small dish filled with polished pebbles, no two alike, all gathered from the stream bed behind the workshop years ago. They've been left untouched since then, not because they were forgotten, but because their shape was never meant to be changed. One sits at the edge of the dish, tilted slightly forward, as if it's about to step off into nothingness, yet no force pulls it down. It stays there, balanced between intention and stillness. You don't touch it.
You let your eyes follow its outline, the curve where light meets shadow, as though watching a hillside at dawn before the sun has fully risen. A cloth hangs from a hook near the wall, not for use, but because someone once needed something to drape over a tool that wasn't quite ready. It's thick and worn, woven with threads so tightly interlaced they've lost their original color. Now, just one shade of deep gray, like sky after snow has stopped falling. The edge frays slightly at the bottom, not from wear, but from time itself, having run its fingers along it too many times. You don't pull on it or shake it. It hangs where it was placed, waiting for nothing, perhaps even aware that waiting is enough. The bench beside you holds more than just your weight now. It bears a quiet accumulation of small moments. The memory of hands resting here, the imprint left by breaths taken slowly during thought, the warmth built up over hours when no task demanded attention. You feel it not as pressure, but as recognition, as if the wood knows what it means to be useful without being used. Near your right knee, Something shifts in the corner where shadow pools between two shelves. A small bundle of twine wrapped around itself, like an old secret tied too tightly to open. It's not bound with care or urgency, just left there, perhaps forgotten during a moment of distraction when hands moved faster than thoughts could catch up. The ends dangle loose, one nearly touching the floor, the other curled back into the coil, as if it knows better than to escape. You don't untie it. Instead, you let your gaze rest on its shape, the way the strands press against each other in quiet resistance, like fingers clasped without knowing why. There's no need for release or unraveling. It stays exactly where it is, complete in its incompleteness. A thin strip of leather, darker than the bench, softer than memory, drifts across your lap as if carried by a breath you didn't take. It wasn't there before. You don't know how long it has been waiting to land on you. It lies still now, not pressed or folded, just resting with the same quiet certainty as everything else in this room. Your fingers do not move toward it. They rest where they are, palms open and relaxed, letting the leather stay without needing to claim it. Behind your shoulder, a shelf holds rows of small wooden spools, each carved from different types of wood. One dark and dense like river root, another light and grainy like birch bark.
Some have been wound with thread. Others lie empty, their holes sealed by wax that has hardened into the shape of a closed mouth. They don't need to be opened. The fact that they were once used doesn't matter now, only that they are here, resting in place, each one holding its own kind of stillness. One spool, slightly smaller than the others, sits apart on a separate ledge, a single item left out, not by accident, but by design. It's wrapped in cloth, so thin it seems to breathe with the air. The cloth is gray like the hanging strip, and when you look at it closely, you can see that its edges are stitched with thread finer than spider silk. Thread that wasn't meant for strength, but for silence. You don't lift the spool. You let your eyes trace the curve of the wooden body where light slips through the grain, revealing patterns no one ever drew, the natural swirls and knots that form themselves long before anyone thought to shape wood into tools or art. A single feather rests on a stone step near the door, no larger than your thumbnail, pale gray with faint striations down its shaft. It doesn't look like it belongs here, not in this room of work, heat, and old hands. But then again, nothing here was ever meant to be perfect or necessary.
The feather is not broken or lost. It's simply present, as if dropped by a bird that had no intention of returning. You don't reach for it. It doesn't matter whether it flew in or fell from the rafters. It only matters that it stayed. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with texture. Something has changed in how light bends through dust particles near the ceiling. Not enough to see clearly, just enough to feel a softening at the edges of your vision, as if the room is breathing slower than you are. You don't adjust your posture. The warmth continues to move, not outward, but inward, into the hollow places where fatigue once lived, now replaced by a deeper kind of calm. The sand in the ceramic dish still lies untouched. Not because it's unimportant, but because time here doesn't demand measurement. It only exists as presence. Fine grains held together not by force or intention, but simply by being. You don't count them. You let your awareness drift over their surface like wind over dunes, moving without leaving a trace. On the wall behind you, there's an old mirror, small, oval-shaped. Its glass clouded at the edges with age and moisture that never dried. It doesn't reflect much now, not clearly enough to see yourself, not even your hands or shoulders. But when you look at it, you don't feel like you're missing anything. The image isn't necessary. What's important is how the light catches in the haze of its surface, how faint ripples appear, as if something beneath the glass has begun to shift without needing to be seen. You turn your head slowly toward a shelf where 3 small wooden animals sit, carved from different types of wood. One fox with ears too long for proportion. One bird with wings folded mid-flight, and another creature that looks like neither, but feels familiar in some unnamed way. They're not arranged by size or order, just placed as if someone had set them down after a moment of thought, then forgot they were there. The fox's tail curls slightly upward. The bird's head tilts just enough to suggest it might wake at any second. But none of that matters. They don't need to move. They're not waiting for anything. The hearth gives no sound now, beyond the soft settling of cooled stone. Like a house breathing after long hours in stillness. The heat doesn't radiate outward as flame does, but seeps into space like warmth from buried roots. Slow and deep and certain. You don't need to look at it. You feel its presence not through sight or touch, but through the way your body relaxes. Not because you're tired, but because there's no reason to be awake. A single thread of wool lies coiled on a low stool near the bench. White, soft, nearly invisible against the dark wood, but present enough that it draws your gaze.
It wasn't knotted or tied, just left in place after being wound too many times around a spool that had long been abandoned. The coil is small, not more than an inch across, and rests where someone once sat to mend something they no longer needed. You don't pick it up. You let the thread stay, curled like a memory of motion. The thread remains where it fell. A quiet coil like something left behind by accident or intention. Both possible, neither urgent. You watch it without effort, as if you've known its shape for years, not minutes. The air between the hearth's edge and your feet is thick with warmth that doesn't shimmer, but settles into folds of fabric on nearby benches and presses gently against skin like a hand laid over a shoulder during rest. The wooden bench creaks once beneath shifting weight, not from you, but from something deeper in the stone floor. A slow release, not a protest. The workshop has its own body now. Porous, quiet, breathing at intervals too far apart to count as heartbeat or breath. You are inside it, not outside. Near your left elbow lies a small tray of mismatched cork stoppers, some worn smooth by fingers long gone, others still sharp-edged like tiny teeth. They've been sorted once before, probably in haste. Now they sit haphazardly, some standing upright as if testing balance. One balanced perfectly on its tip at the lip of the tray's curve. You don't know why you notice this one. Perhaps because it looks almost deliberate. Your fingers move without command. Not to pick up or place, but just to hover above them. Palms open and suspended in air like a gesture that never had a name. The stopper trembles slightly, not from vibration, but as if something small has passed through the space beneath it. You don't flinch. There is no reason. A drawer near your knee opens halfway with no one touching it. Just room to breathe between its frame and wall of dark timber. Inside, a shallow groove filled not with tools or metal scraps, but with smooth river stones, each polished by time and water in ways you can only imagine. They lie like sleepers after long travel, quiet where they've been placed. One stone is slightly lighter than the rest. Lighter still from having worn down on one side into a shallow cup. You don't reach for it. You let your hand fall back to your lap as though returning something that never left. The wall behind you holds no shelves, only narrow seams
where planks meet at uneven angles. A map of old stress and repairs long completed. Dust collects in these crevices, not like powder, but like frozen breath. A fine residue with depth.
You don't look too closely. Looking isn't required. A length of thick linen lies, draped across the far end of the bench, folded once into itself, like an embrace that ended before it began. The fabric is coarse and slightly stiff, unwashed for some time, but its weight feels honest. It has not been used in a while, not needed anymore. You don't unfold it. Instead, you let your gaze slide down to where one corner rests against the floor, curling inward as if drawn by gravity or memory.
There's no purpose to this linen now, no task for it, but its presence is enough. It belongs here because it was left here and not taken elsewhere. That alone makes it true. To your right sits a block of beeswax in raw form. Uncut, irregularly shaped, like a stone that grew too large beneath the earth's surface before being unearthed without ceremony. It rests on a small dish carved from dark wood, its edges already softened by warmth from nearby tools, stored away long ago. The wax isn't melting. It hasn't moved in days. But you can smell it faintly now. Not sharp or sweet, but deep and honey warmed, like the inside of an old oven after baking. You don't rub any into your skin. You only sit with its scent lingering at the edge of awareness. A single cord lies coiled beside a stack of leather scraps, plain, undeed, fraying slightly at one end, where it once tied something that no longer exists. The rope is thick, but not heavy. The fibers are long and tightly wound, like memories kept too close to the chest. It's been pulled taut many times before in silence, and then left behind. You don't wind it again. You let your eyes trace its path across wood, noting how one loop sits slightly higher than another, as if still holding tension. A felt pad lies half beneath the bench, a square of dense fiber without any backing or stitching, worn flat in places and raised at others where hands once pressed too hard. It's been folded over time and smoothed by countless touches. You don't lift it to see what lies beneath. There is no need. Instead, you rest your palm flat against its surface, just above the edge of wood, feeling not texture, but presence. A warmth that comes from being used enough times to be known. The air settles again, not with silence so much as stillness, not absence, but fullness. The workshop breathes without sound and holds nothing in waiting. You are no longer seated at work. You've simply become part of the quiet wait between objects, like a stone placed among others, not for function, but because it fits. A small brass hinge lies on his side near your foot. A single piece, cool to touch even now, untouched by fire or polish. It's been set aside deliberately. No tool nearby, no project open, nothing requiring attachment. You don't pick it up. The metal has cooled so completely that the air around it feels denser. You shift slightly, just enough for your backside to settle deeper into the bench. Not in search of comfort, but because movement happens naturally when stillness becomes too complete. A sliver of sunlight would be welcome if there were windows, but this place was never made for light. It's built against daylight, not with it. The only glow comes from within, a slow pulse beneath stone and ash that has learned how to wait without wanting more. You don't think about tomorrow, not the tasks you might do, nor what tools may be missing or needing repair. You aren't thinking at all in any way that could wake you up. Your thoughts drift like dust motes caught in air, without direction, without destination. The hearth still hums softly beneath your awareness. Not sound, not vibration, but a kind of warmth that speaks to bone and muscle alike. It doesn't demand anything from the body except rest. Your hands are open now, not folded or clenched, but loose enough to sink into the space between fingers and lap as if they've forgotten what purpose was meant for them. The cork stopper still stands on its tip, trembling not with wind, but because something passed through that air too gently to register. You don't react. The room is full of such moments. Small shifts in weight, slight tilts, subtle movements no one would notice unless they were already listening. There's a small wooden cup near the edge of your foot, a shallow thing, carved by someone who didn't care for symmetry or precision. It sits tilted slightly on its base, as if it had been abandoned mid-sip and never corrected. The inside is dry, but not dusty, like something recently used and then quietly forgotten. You don't drink from it.
You only watch how the light from behind you catches one edge of wood, making a shadow that stretches across floor like an unfinished line.
A single thread of wool remains coiled where it fell earlier. But now, its shape is changing slightly. Not unraveling or tightening, but shifting inward as if pulled by something unseen and slow. You don't watch the change closely. You let your eyes rest on other things instead. The drawer with river stones opens again. Just a fraction more this time. Not because someone touched it, nor due to heat rising, but simply because space allows motion when nothing else demands control. One stone rolls slowly from its place and comes to rest against the bench's leg, where no one would expect it. It doesn't stop there. It moves once more into shadow, beneath another shelf, out of view. No sound follows, no urgency. You don't follow with your eyes or shift position. You allow the space between objects to be unclaimed by intent, like a moment that forgets itself. The fabric on the far end of the bench shifts slightly, not from wind, but because something settled into it. Perhaps air, perhaps weight you didn't feel arrive. You notice now how the edge of the hearthstone has begun to yield a faint warmth into the air just above it. Soft, like breath held too long against cold glass. Not hot enough to draw attention, not cool enough to vanish. This heat lingers in place, as though it's been given permission to exist without reason or return. The wooden pegs have shifted again while you watched nothing. 5 of them now lie stacked toward the center of the bench, their ends aligned with a precision that wasn't there before. You don't know how they moved. No breeze stirred through the room. No hand passed near. But their alignment feels deliberate, as if some unseen logic found satisfaction in this new order. The cloth folded earlier is not quite flat anymore. A corner has risen like a slow wave breaking over dry sand. A single fold that didn't exist moments ago, creasing itself into existence without protest or instruction. It rests there now, half awake. Its surface catching the low light from the hearth and reflecting it back in a way that makes the fibers seem to breathe. You don't smooth it down. You let it remain as it is, an act of stillness so complete it has begun to reshape itself. A small leather-bound book sits open on a shelf just beyond your line of sight, its pages blank, its spine cracked but not broken. It's been there for years, perhaps decades, and yet today, something about the way it lies feels different. Not upright or fallen, but tilted at an angle that suggests it was placed deliberately after being read, or possibly never opened at all. The air around it is thicker than elsewhere in the room, as if the silence had pooled in anticipation of a word not spoken. There's a coil of thick cord tucked into one corner of the bench, wound loosely and without haste. Its ends frayed, but still joined by an older knot that has lost none of its strength. The fibers are dark with age, worn down to a softness like old skin, yet they do not fray further. You reach for it slowly, not because you intend to use it, but because your fingers have begun to move as if guided by something outside thought. They curl around the cord's edge, then release without pulling. The motion is so quiet that even the dust in the air seems to pause. A single drop of wax has fallen from a jar on the far wall. Tiny, almost invisible, and now rests where it landed, just past the lip of a small iron tray meant for holding metal scraps. It's not molten anymore. It cooled into shape too quickly to stretch or spread, forming a rounded bead that catches the light and holds it like glass in stone. No one would notice if you ignored it completely. The drawer runner, smooth earlier with beeswax, has darkened slightly at its edges where your hand brushed against it, leaving behind not marks, but something softer, an impression of warmth, as though the wood had absorbed the heat and decided to keep it in reserve. The grain now seems deeper, richer than before. You don't rub it again. You let it remain untouched by intention. Another cork stopper. This one darker, heavier, has rolled from its tray onto the floor. It doesn't bounce. Instead, it glides over stone as if pulled along a hidden current. It stops near your foot, half hidden beneath the bench's shadow. You don't look at it. The air above it shimmers faintly, not with heat, but with a kind of stillness that feels like memory. The wool thread you watched earlier has changed again, no longer coiled neatly, nor unraveling. Instead, it now forms a spiral, tight and compact, as if someone had wound it in reverse over time. The movement is so slow that your eyes cannot track the change unless they rest on it entirely. But when you do, it feels like watching something settle into its own quiet truth. There's a small brass button on the floor near the hearth, a single one, unattached to anything. It lies flat against stone, its surface worn smooth by years of touching nothing. When you shift slightly, your knee brushes against it and sends it sliding forward just an inch before stopping. No sound follows. The room does not react. A pile of dried moss, once kept for cleaning tools, has shifted in its container. Not because anything disturbed it, but because the air inside the box has grown heavier, pressing inward with such gentle insistence that even dead things feel compelled to rearrange themselves. One tuft now leans against another as if sharing warmth. The wooden cup you saw earlier is no longer tilted.
It has settled into a new position, straight on its base, and sits completely still. The inside of it remains dry, untouched by liquid or breath, yet the wood seems darker near the rim where something once pressed against it. A faint scent rises from beneath the bench. Not smoke, not oil, but something like crushed earth after rain. Something that lingers only long enough to be noticed, and then fades before you can name it. You don't turn your head toward it. The air carries its message and lets go. The leather-free felt pad, meant for protecting delicate surfaces, has curled at one edge as if folded by an unseen hand. It's not torn, not damaged, just changed shape in a way that suggests the pad had been lying too long under pressure, or perhaps simply decided it wanted to be something else now. You don't press it down. You allow its new form to exist without correction. Another stone, this one dark gray with veins of white, has slipped from deeper within the shelf beneath the bench and rolled slowly across floor until it rests against your heel. It doesn't move again. It stays there, warm from having been touched by something that wasn't fire, but still carried heat. The hearth's pulse grows quieter, not lessened in strength, but softened, like a heartbeat heard through thick wool. The warmth does not reach outward anymore. Instead, it flows inward, into the bones of your body, as if you were made to receive it, rather than resist it. Your shoulders sink lower without effort. Your breath deepens slightly, just enough for air to settle in places that haven't known stillness for days. A thin film of dust has gathered on one corner of a wooden box near the wall, a place untouched by hands, unclaimed by light. It shifts as if something small passed through it. Not an insect, not wind, but a movement so quiet that even silence did not notice it. The dust settles again, forming patterns that look like old maps or forgotten words. The cord on the bench has loosened further. Its end now rests against your knee, not placed there by you, nor pulled by anything visible, but left behind as if time had decided to pause just long enough for this small contact. There's a faint vibration in the stone beneath you. A tremor so subtle it might be imagined, but not quite. It travels through the floor like a thought passing between rooms, too quiet to measure, too gentle to disturb. You don't lift your foot from its place. You let it happen without response. The brass hinge,
cooled for hours now, is still beside you, resting on stone, as if waiting to be picked up at some moment that has not yet arrived. It doesn't glow, it doesn't hum. It simply exists in the space where nothing else needs to move. Its edges are soft from time, its surface unpolished and unmarked by use. The fabric near your feet shifts again, not dramatically, but with a quiet weight, settling into it as if something had lain down on top without leaving a trace.
You don't check what lies beneath. The room does not require you to know. Another thread, this one of soft linen, has begun to unspool from the edge of an old cloth bundle. It doesn't tangle or break. Instead, it stretches slowly into space, like a single line drawn across air by invisible hand. You watch until your eyes drift shut for just half a breath. Not in fatigue, but because even that small closure feels natural. The drawer with river stones opens another inch, just enough to show the interior now dimmer than before. One stone has moved again, rolling quietly into a new space under a shelf where no light reaches. It does not fall. It rests. The cloth at your feet has begun to fold itself into a shape that wasn't there before. A slow, deliberate crease forming along its length, as if something beneath it had settled deeper than fabric can bear. It's not pulling away from you, nor is it pressing closer. It simply accepts the weight of stillness and lets go of how it was meant to be. You don't lift a hand. You let it happen without naming it, because there is no name for this kind of quieting, no word that holds the way air settles when even dust remembers not to rise. A single pin has come loose from where it once held an old map against the wall. It fell silently between two slabs of stone near the baseboard, and now lies still, its tip pointing slightly toward you, as if waiting for a signal that will never arrive. The shelf above it is bare except for a small stack of wooden spools, each wrapped in burlap, their ends worn smooth from years of being passed through hands no longer here. One has begun to tilt, just barely, like a body tipping forward in sleep before the dream fully takes hold. You feel the shift, not with your eyes, but with your spine. The way the bones along your lower back ease into alignment, as if they've been waiting for this exact moment of stillness. There's no effort involved, no adjustment required. The space between your shoulder blades opens just enough to let air pass through like a slow breath drawn through stone. The wax jar on the far edge of the bench has cooled fully now, its surface cracked in fine lines that branch out from the center, like frozen roots beneath earth. It doesn't need sealing or stirring or any kind of care. The cracks are not failures. They're proof of how deeply it once held heat and light before surrendering to quiet. You don't look at it closely.
You let your gaze rest where it wants, wherever there is no demand. It doesn't pull away when touched. Instead, it settles further into place, as if acknowledging the warmth beneath your skin and deciding to stay. You don't think about winding it again or finishing anything. The act has already been done in its own time. Near the wall, a line of cork stoppers, once used for sealing jars of tinctures and dyes, has shifted slightly on the tray where they were left after cleaning. Two have fallen onto their sides, rolling into each other with the softest thud that didn't disturb anything except silence itself. The rest remain upright, still waiting to be returned, though no one is coming back. The bench has grown heavier in a way that isn't about wood or weight. It's more like it has absorbed something slow and quiet, and now carries it forward without complaint. Your leg rests on its edge, as if it knows what you're doing before you do. The surface beneath your palm, where the cloth folds over itself, is warm from a minute ago, but cooling already, like skin after sunlight. A single thread, the one that unspooled earlier, has found its way across the floor and now lies coiled beside the brass hinge, as if drawn there by some unseen gravity of stillness. It doesn't tangle with anything else. It simply rests alongside what has no need to be moved. The drawer runner, once rubbed smooth with beeswax, has begun to thicken along one edge where it meets the frame. Not cracked or warped, just denser now, like a part of the wood has decided to remember how to hold things more firmly than before. The change isn't sudden, nor is it final. It simply exists. The air near the wall shifts again, not with motion, but with temperature. A breath that wasn't drawn by you passes through space where no one stands. You don't react. You let it go in the same way you let dust settle on forgotten corners of shelves and beams alike. A small stone, smooth river-worn, blue-gray, like a cloud just before rain, has rolled from deeper under the bench to rest against your ankle.
It doesn't roll again. It stays. Its shape fits where it is without being forced. You don't shift your foot. You let it lie there as part of the quiet. The leather-free felt pad has curled further at one end, forming a gentle arch that might be mistaken for something intentional if you looked long enough. But no hand ever shaped it. No tool pressed it into this new form. It simply unfolded itself while you were not watching and stayed that way. A shadow falls across the floor, not from the hearth or any light source, but as though time had paused just long enough to cast a shape where none should be. It's faint, almost translucent, like an impression left by something that stepped through without leaving footprints. Then it fades, slowly, completely, leaving behind only warmth. The pin still lies between the stones, its tip catching what little light remains from the hearth, and holding it in a tiny point of amber for just long enough to feel real before vanishing again into stone. One of the wooden spools has loosened on the shelf. It's not falling. It's simply tilting toward you, as if remembering how to move when no one is looking. The burlap wrapping unravels slightly at the edge, revealing a thin spiral inside that hasn't seen light in years. No need to rewind it. No need to unroll anything. The feather in the clay bowl has shifted too, just enough to show its underside, where the quill has darkened with age, but remains whole, like a word spoken once and never forgotten. You feel your breath slow, not because you're trying to, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. It doesn't rise or fall dramatically. It simply stays in place, lingering between one moment and the next, as if reluctant to leave the shape of stillness behind. The wax on the jar has cracked further, now forming a web that looks like old ice after thawing. The lines don't weep or split open. They stay closed, sealed by time. A small gap appears in the floorboards near your feet, not wide enough for anything to pass through, not deep enough to matter, but it's there, and you notice it only because nothing else is moving around it. The cord beside your knee has curled slightly into a spiral of its own. Not tight, not neat, just soft, like a thought
that drifted from one side of the mind to another and decided to stay. A wooden peg, one of dozens on the bench, has slipped forward by half an inch while you weren't watching. It rests now at the edge, as if waiting for someone who will never come. The drawer with river stones has opened wider. One stone dark, almost black, lies in view now, resting where light doesn't reach, but still visible to those who have stopped looking away. You don't need to do anything, not even lift your hand. You are not being asked to fix or finish or remember. The workshop holds its breath with you and lets the moment be exactly what it is, neither more nor less than a space where nothing needs to happen, only exist. The brass hinge beside you has cooled further. It doesn't reflect light anymore. It simply sits in shadow, shaped by time and touch. Unclaimed, but not unwanted. A thread from the cloth bundle continues to unspool slowly into air, now longer, now stretching across more space than it had before, but still without tangling or breaking. It moves like a breath held too long between two worlds, drifting where nothing pulls it back. The stone near your ankle grows warm again, not with fire, not with life, but with the same quiet pulse that runs through every surface in this room when no one is watching. You are still here, exactly where you began. Beneath the low arc of the hearth's rim, your body settling into the grain of the bench. Like roots, finding soil after a long season without rain. The air has softened around you, not in temperature, but in weight. It no longer presses against your skin with the memory of labor. There is only this quiet, thick and slow, as resin dripping from a tree that forgot to grow. Your fingers rest where they fell, open on the edge of the bench, palm up like something offered without demand. One nail has caught dust, just enough to show in the dim light. Not dirt, but the fine ash of wood, shavings long since cooled into silence. The cloth bundle beside you still breathes slightly with its own slow rhythm, as if it knows your rest is real and does not need proof. A small wooden block lies near your knee, unmarked, unclaimed. Its surface has no tooling or symbol, only the soft grain of pine that hasn't been treated in years. It sits on a ledge where the shadow from the wall meets the light from below. as if it were waiting for someone to say its name before moving. You don't need to pick it up, but you may if your hand decides. If the weight calls back through memory, how fingers once shaped such things with care and ease, you can let them reach out like old friends returning after time has blurred their faces. The block doesn't mind being touched. It remembers no hurry, only stillness. Its edges are worn smooth, not by use, but by presence. It was left where it fell one evening when a task ended mid-sentence. The moment passed without finishing the plan. No blame attached to that. Not even regret, only silence. Now you can place your thumb along its side and feel how the grain runs in two directions, like thoughts not quite formed yet. You might press gently, not hard, just enough so you know it's there, and let yourself notice whether warmth moves through the wood at all, or if only memory carries that feeling now. You don't need to decide what kind of object this was meant to become. It could have been a spacer for a joint, a stopper in a barrel, or nothing more than a scrap saved because someone said, "This one's special." But it didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now. The air near the bench shifts again, not with motion, but with depth, as though something is being lowered slowly through layers of stillness. There's no sound to mark it, only the way your breath catches just once in response. A soft intake, not startled, merely aware that another small thing has settled into place without invitation. It's a folded piece of linen, thick but thin at its edges, like paper made from fiber older than memory. It lies across the floor now, where it slipped when you shifted your weight slightly earlier. Not torn, not stained. You could reach for it if you want to. The distance is no more than 3 breaths away. But only because you've stopped thinking about the task. Only because your attention has loosened into something quieter than intention. The linen isn't asking to be folded again, nor does it need mending or storing. It's simply present. A rectangle of grayed white that doesn't reflect light, but absorbs it instead, like moss on stone in places where no sun ever came through. You might turn your head just slightly, just enough so the corner of your vision catches its edge, and let yourself see how it lies tucked against one low sill, half covered by dust motes suspended mid-fall. They drift slowly upward as if drawn to a current you can't feel but still sense is there. There's no reason for them to move like that. No wind, no draft. But they do anyway, drifting in spirals too small to name, looping around each other without touching until one detaches and floats alone into the deeper dark beyond the hearth's glow. You could follow it with your eyes if you wish, not because anything will happen when you watch, but simply because watching becomes part of resting. Just like breathing or stillness. The mind doesn't need to act. It can just be beside things that are already done. A quiet hum begins in the far wall. Not loud enough to disturb sleep. Not sharp enough to alarm. But felt more than heard, as if stone itself had begun dreaming at last. Not a song, not a voice, just vibration moving through thickness, slow pulses like footsteps on an unseen floor beneath your feet. You don't need to locate its source. You're not supposed to find anything here. The workshop doesn't ask you to solve or uncover. It only asks that you stay where the heat ends and silence begins, letting every sensation settle into a shape of its own. Your shoulder still holds tension, just slightly, but it's no longer fighting. It has found a place between effort and rest, not fully relaxed, but willing to be carried by quiet instead of will. A single thread from your sleeve has come loose, one thin strand that slipped free during the shift of fabric against wood, and now dangles over the edge of the bench like an invitation, or maybe just accident. It hangs in air without swinging much, as if time itself had paused so it could hang there for a moment longer than logic allows. You can watch it move or not. Either way, nothing changes. The thread doesn't know why it's hanging where it is. Neither do you.
But both of you are learning something new. That some things exist simply because they're allowed to. A small stone, dark green and round like a river-worn egg, rolls slowly across the floor from near the back wall, not by force, but as if pushed gently forward by air too soft for motion. It stops just short of your boot heel, resting in a dip worn into the flagstone long before anyone could remember. You don't need to pick it up or roll it again. It's already where it belongs, not on any table nor in any tool rack, but exactly here, where things come to rest when no one is looking. It doesn't claim space. It only takes what's offered, a moment of stillness between two rhythms. The air near the stone carries scent now, faint but distinct. Not wood smoke or iron, not dust or oil. It's something older than any material in this room. Dry earth after rain that came once and never returned. Petrichor trapped beneath rock for centuries until released by a breath no one remembered they'd taken. It lingers only long enough to be noticed. Just 2 heartbeats, and then fades again, as though the scent had been borrowed from another world and gently given back. Your left hand drifts slightly, not toward anything in particular, but just enough that your fingers brush against something cool. A smooth shard of glass from an old lantern. Not sharp. No edge remains to cut or scratch. It was broken long ago during storage, but never discarded because it still held light within its curve when sunlight passed through. You don't need to hold it. You're not meant to examine it, nor polish it for use, but you can let your fingers rest where they land, on the glass's surface, and feel how coolness spreads without warning from point of contact into muscle and bone. It doesn't burn or sting, it simply reminds that cold is not absence, but presence in another form. The bench beneath you creaks once, not a protest, just an old joint shifting under weight. It settles again slowly, like someone sighing after years of holding their breath. You don't need to respond. There's no one listening beyond your own body and this room. Even the hearth has stopped speaking in sparks. The coals beneath its surface are flat now. Not dead, not cold, but resting with eyes closed, as if they'd seen everything worth seeing for a long time. The brass hinge beside you is darker than it was before. Its metal worn dull by touch, heatless and unimportant. It sits where it fell after last evening's work stopped mid-motion. No one came to take it away. That's fine.
You don't need to place it on anything tomorrow. Or remember what part of the frame it belonged to. You are breathing just enough to keep your ribs moving without disturbing the stillness around you. The air has settled into layers, warm near the hearth's edge, cooler where stone meets shadow, and each breath slips through them like a thread passing between loom threads that no longer need weaving. There is no urgency in your lungs, only continuity. Draw in, release out, and let the weight of motion be carried by silence instead of will. A narrow strip of cloth lies folded beside you, thick woven, unbleached, with fibers so tightly knotted they seem to have grown inward rather than outward. It was not meant for anything, yet it has been here long enough to take on a shape that fits your hand without needing instruction. You can let your palm rest against its surface and feel how the weave holds warmth even after hours of stillness, like memory surviving touch. Not every fabric remembers what it is supposed to do. This one knows only how to be present. A single bead, small, round, made from a substance neither glass nor stone, but something between both, rolls slowly along the top edge of an old work tray.
It doesn't fall because there's no reason for it to. It simply moves as if guided by air that remembers movement better than sound does. You watch it cross one shadowed seam after another, each passing like a breath held too long and then released in a different direction. When it reaches the end of the tray, it stops not with impact, but with permission, like something arriving at its own door and deciding to wait. The wood beneath your feet is broad and worn smooth by years of quiet passage, not from footsteps, but from things being slid across the floor. Tools pulled forward, trays pushed back, buckets lowered gently onto stone. The pattern isn't visible anymore. Not really. It exists in how you feel when you shift your weight, like walking on a memory that never needed to be told. There is no need to name what lies beside the hearth's iron lip. A flat oval of dark slate, polished by time and friction from tools set down too often without thought. You can see its surface only dimly, but if you press the heel of your palm against it, even lightly, you feel a cold that rises not from depth, but from stillness. The kind of cold that stays because it has nowhere else to go. A thread of dust, thin and golden, like old sunlight caught mid-air, drifts upward from the floor near the wall, where two wooden beams meet. It doesn't fall back quickly. Instead, it spirals slowly, as if pulled by an unseen current just beneath visibility.
It passes through a gap in your awareness before you even register its motion. Then, it's gone. Or maybe not gone. Only waiting to be seen again when no one is looking. The leather-free felt pad on the bench has been folded once. Then twice. And now lies in thirds, as though someone had meant to store it neatly, but stopped midway through thought. It doesn't need unfolding or reshaping. The creases have become part of its body. You can run a fingertip along one edge, not for correction, not for inspection, but because the fold feels like something that remembers touch even when no hand is near. Near the back corner of the room, where shadows gather deeper than they should, there's a small wooden box with no lid. It sits open on a low shelf, holding nothing but dust and silence. Not empty, not full, just balanced in between. As if time had paused to allow it this one position. Not quite forgotten, not yet remembered. You don't need to look inside or close it. The space is already claiming what it's allowed. A single wire, a fine copper thread, with no purpose beyond being, lies curled on the floor near the base of a tool rack. It hasn't moved in days, but now something has shifted. Just enough air movement to lift one end slightly off stone, as though the room itself had taken a quiet breath and exhaled slowly across its surface. You don't reach for it, not because you fear what it might do, but because it's already doing everything it needs to be. The hearth's iron rim has cooled fully now, no longer glowing at all, only holding memory of heat, like an old wound that no longer aches, but remains visible in shape and shadow. You can lay your palm flat against its surface, without fear, not from confidence and safety, but because the metal has stopped demanding anything. No resistance, no warning, just stillness. A small brass pin, a thing once used to hold fabric together during stitching, lies on the bench near a pile of discarded rope ends. It is bent at one angle and worn thin where it was gripped too often. Not broken, not unusable, but changed in such way that its function has slipped beyond recognition. You could straighten it If you wanted, you could even use it again. But there's no reason to. It already lives in the space of what is possible without purpose. The wall behind you holds a series of shallow indentations, each carved not by force, but by repeated contact over decades, like hands resting too long on stone during pauses between tasks. One of them has caught dust so fine it forms its own pattern, a spiral that moves inward, as though trying to find the center of something no one ever named.
You are still seated on the bench, your back slightly arched, not from effort, but because your body knows where it's supposed to be without needing direction. Your hands rest loosely in your lap, fingers relaxed, not through choice, but because they've stopped believing movement is required. A faint vibration passes underfoot. Not sound, not tremor, but something between both.
There's no weight to it.
No resistance. Only space that remembers being filled once and has since decided to stay empty. Because emptiness, too, can be a kind of holding. A single drop of water forms at the lip of an old metal cup left on its side near the hearth edge. It hangs there, not falling, not evaporating, just suspended in mid-air, as if time had paused just for this one bead to remain untouched by gravity or breath. You don't need to know why it's staying put. You only need to notice that it is. The bench beside you has shifted slightly, the way old wood does when the air changes, not from force, but because its grain remembers a rhythm no longer spoken aloud.
The shift is so small that nothing moves in reaction. No tool slips, no cloth falls, no cup tips over. Only your awareness of place shifts with it. The wooden pegs on the far tray have been arranged not by size or color, but by how they feel when touched. Some smooth,
others slightly rough around the edges where grain split during drying. You don't need to sort them again. They already know their own order. Each one sits in a place that suits its weight and shape without needing instruction. There's no sound except for your breath, and even that seems softer than before, like it has learned how to move through air with less disturbance.
The room is listening not because anything is said, but because stillness becomes receptive when nothing interrupts it. A patch of shadow near the wall folds in on itself, not darkening, not growing, but just folding inward slightly, as though trying to become a corner that didn't exist before. It holds its shape for only moments, then settles back into balance with the rest. You don't need to move your hand from where it rests. You don't need to shift position or adjust posture. Your body is already aligned, not because of effort, but because it has stopped trying to prove anything. The weight of labor isn't gone. It's simply no longer carried in tension. The air near the shelf above the workbench has begun to hold a soft motion. Not wind, not vibration, but something like memory stirring beneath stillness. You feel it as warmth along your forearm, where it brushes against the edge of the bench, not from heat, but because the space there has learned how to breathe without sound. The wooden pegs on the far tray are no longer just objects. They've settled into a quiet arrangement that feels less like order and more like rest. One lies slightly tilted, its surface catching light in a way that makes you think of old rivers at dawn, when water holds shadows before they dissolve. There's no need to correct it. The tilt is not in balance, it's balance in motionless form. A single thread, thin as breath, has come loose from the hem of your sleeve and now hovers near the floor, drifting just above the stone without catching on anything. It moves not by current, but because something deeper than air has begun to shift in rhythm with you. The cloth folded neatly beside the wax jar is made of a material that doesn't resist touch. It yields slightly when brushed, then returns almost instantly, as if it had always known where it belonged. You don't need to unfold it or check its fold. It's already in the shape it wants to be. The drawer runner you rubbed earlier now lies beside the bench, not returned to the cabinet, but left out on purpose. Its surface warm from friction and a faint sheen of wax that glows under the hearth's low light, like river ice seen through layers of moss. It doesn't need to be used today. It has already done its quiet work. It learned how to glide when touched, how to settle without catching or snagging. You could lay your palm flat against it and feel nothing but the memory of motion, how a surface remembers being smoothed,
The cork stoppers in their tray are not all the same height. Some sit upright with perfect symmetry. Others tilt slightly toward one side, as if they've decided, after years, that balance isn't always about staying level. Their heads have worn down from repeated use, not by force, but by touch and pause. One has a tiny nick near its base where it once caught on wood too soon. And now it rests with the mark facing upward. Not in shame, but as if claiming space for itself. You could place them back into their home, but there's no urgency to do so. They're already arranged by how they rest when still. The cord you wound earlier has been left uncut, coiled like a sleeping animal curled around its own warmth. It doesn't need to be tied or secured. It knows where it ends and what comes next. You could wind more if you wished, but the act is not required. The coil sits in the hollow of your hand when you turn it over, not because you hold it, but because it has found a place within your body's quiet geometry. The leather-free felt pad, thin as a leaf, thick as silence, has been smoothed by friction alone. It lies where it fell after being set down, flat against the stone floor beside the bench, not tucked away or tucked under, just allowed to be. Its surface is smooth now in places, slightly rough in others. Not from wear, but because it has absorbed heat differently across its width. A faint pattern lingers beneath your fingers when you brush them near it. Something like a map of breaths taken and released over time. The brass hinge lies separate from any project, placed gently on the bench where sunlight used to fall during the day. Now, just a memory in shape. It doesn't need to be attached. Its purpose isn't tied to function, but to presence. A moment paused between opening and closing. Neither one nor the other, simply resting with its own weight and quiet potential. There's a small crack in the stone wall near the back corner, not wide enough to hold more than one hand, barely deep enough to catch dust. It runs from floor toward ceiling like a slow breath drawn through rock. The light catches it at an angle that makes it seem darker than the surrounding surface. Not because it absorbs more, but because it holds stillness longer. You don't need to look at it closely. You only need to know it's there, like something waiting for nothing. The cup with the hanging drop of water hasn't changed. The bead remains suspended, its shape perfect and untouched by any force you can name. It doesn't fall because gravity isn't the only law that shapes things. Some moments don't obey motion, they obey stillness. The air around it is not empty. It's full of suspension, like a word spoken in the dark before it has meaning. The bench beneath you has settled deeper into the floor, not from sinking, but from becoming part of the ground. Its legs no longer creak because they've stopped needing to adjust. They've learned how to be still without effort. The wood is warm where your back rests, not from heat, but because it has absorbed hours of silence and weight. You don't need to remember what you did today. You only need to know that you were here, and that being here was enough. A faint scent rises from the wax jar beside the folded cloth. Not pine or spice, not oil or resin, but something older. A smell like air after rain has passed through stone tunnels where no one walks anymore. It drifts up slowly, without urgency, as if remembering how to be present in the world by being quiet. The hearth's coals have cooled into shapes that look like hands turned inward. Palms open, not for giving, but for receiving. They don't glow now, but they still remember warmth. And so do you. There is no need to move your hand from where it rests on your knee. No need to shift your weight or adjust your spine. Your body has already found its way into a place that doesn't require correction. It just needs to stay there, not by effort, but because the space around you knows how to hold what's left. The air above the workbench holds a soft pattern, not of dust, not of shadow, but something like the echo of motion gone. A shape that was once traced with fingers now floats in memory only. It doesn't need to be drawn again. The act is already complete within stillness. One of the pegs on the far tray has turned slightly toward you, just a fraction, and now rests at an angle that makes it seem less like a tool and more like a small invitation. You don't have to reach for it. It hasn't moved because something asked it to, but because its position feels right in this moment. The wax runner glows faintly under the edge of the hearth's light. Its surface, catching what little warmth remains as though feeding on absence. It doesn't need to be used again. It only needs to remain where it is. A single thread from your sleeve has drifted across the floor and now rests near the brass hinge. Not tangled or caught, but simply lying there in a place that feels like rest. You could let it stay, or you could ignore it. Either way, nothing changes. The wall behind you still holds its shallow impressions, each one shaped by hands long gone. But new ones are forming slowly, faint depressions near the base of your elbows, where they've rested during pauses in thought or breath. They're not deep yet, but they'll be there when you rise again, even if only for a moment. The air is heavier now, not with pressure, but with depth. It doesn't press on your chest. It feels around it like something that has always known how to move without sound. You don't need to feel the weight of what's left undone. You only need to know that it's not yours to carry right now. The hearth is silent, its breath gone, not from dying, but from becoming part of the quiet. And somewhere between one moment and the next, you are no longer counting them. The shadow beneath the workbench has softened into a shape that no longer seems like absence, but like something waiting to be named without words. It gathers near the base of the stone pillar, where your feet would rest if you leaned forward. And though nothing moves there, it holds still with a kind of purpose, not in motion, not in need, but simply being the space between what is known and what might be remembered. You don't have to name it. There's no instruction to do so. The air near your knee has settled into an even pressure, neither warm nor cool, just present. Like the quiet after a sound has passed through a room and left only its memory in the walls. A single thread from the hem of your coat lies curled against the floorboard, like a small creature that forgot how to walk. It doesn't twitch. It doesn't resist being still. It's not waiting for anything, nor is it afraid of what might come next. It has simply arrived where it was meant to be, and now it rests in the shape of its own length. A dark arc drawn by gravity alone. The brass hinge sits near the edge of the bench, cooled into a color that no longer recalls fire, but something deeper. A quiet metal tone, like old water under stone. Worn smooth, not by use, but by time spent in stillness. It doesn't need to be fastened or opened. Its job today was already done when it first touched the wood and left its mark. The faint dent beside where it lies is no longer a wound, but a signature. You could place your palm on that dent if you wanted. Not to feel its depth, not to measure how far it goes into the grain, but just because the shape of it fits the curve of your hand in a way that feels like recognition. The wood remembers what metal can do when it's been held long enough. You don't have to place your hand there. But if you did, the moment would be no different than this one. No more meaningful, no less. The folded cloth lies where it was left. Two thick panels of undyed wool, layered and tucked at the corners with care, but not perfection. It has been pressed flat by the weight of time and the slow settling of breath.
Its surface is dimpled in places, not from use, but because something moved across it once and didn't leave a mark, only a feeling of passage. The edges have curled inward slightly, as if they've learned how to tuck themselves without needing help. There's a small drawer beside the bench, its runner worn smooth over years of gliding shut and open. Not by force, but by touch. The wax has settled into an even sheen along its length, not because it was applied recently, but because it remembers being touched. It doesn't need to be renewed. There's no reason for it to shine again. It only needs to remain where it is, its surface catching the faintest glimmer from the hearth, like a reflection of something that has already passed. A cork stopper rests in your hand now, not because you reached for it, but because it found its way there as if returning home. It's cool to the touch, heavier than expected, with a grain that runs deep and spirals inward. The hole through its center is just wide enough, not too loose, not too tight, so when you press your fingertip into it, the wood gives slightly without breaking. You don't have to screw it back in. It doesn't belong in any jar anymore. It's not waiting for a container or a purpose. The tray of stoppers sits beside the bench, half full and uneven. The ones that didn't make it into their final home. They lie like fallen leaves after autumn has passed. No longer useful, but not discarded either. One tilts slightly to one side, as if caught in a moment when balance was possible before gravity took over. You could close your eyes now and imagine the weight of them all, how they might feel pressed into a single hand, but you don't have to. The image isn't needed. What matters is that their positions are not wrong. They don't need correction. There's no urgency in how they sit, only quiet accumulation, the kind that happens when things remain without being claimed. The cord lies coiled on the table beside the folded cloth, a thick length of plain fiber braided by hand and left uncut at both ends. It doesn't lead anywhere. It has not been used to tie anything or pull any object forward. It only exists in its own shape. A circle that is not complete, but also not broken. You could unravel it slowly if you wished, strand by strand, letting each thread go back into the air like a memory released without sound. But there's no reason to do so. The leather-free felt pad rests beneath your left forearm, worn thin in one corner where it once pressed against the edge of the bench too often during long pauses. It doesn't need replacing. Its surface is not damaged. It has simply learned how to be less noticeable over time. The fibers are compressed into a softer pattern, like something that has been folded many times and never unfolded. You could
press your hand down on it now and feel its resistance. Not strong, not weak, but just enough to know it's still there. You don't have to test it, but if you do, the sensation will be no different than what it already is. A small confirmation that things are where they need to be. The pegs on the far tray have shifted again, this time in pairs. Two of them now sit side by side with their heads turned inward, facing each other as if sharing a secret without speaking. The rest remain untouched, scattered like thoughts, not yet gathered into sentences. They don't form any pattern that must be completed. Their arrangement is no longer about use. It's about presence. A faint sound rises from the corner behind you. Not a creak, not a breath, but something deeper. The soft settling of stone in its foundation, as if the floor itself has taken a long, slow breath and exhaled without meaning to.
The vibration doesn't disturb anything. It only reminds that everything is held together by stillness rather than force. The air near your neck feels slightly denser now, not thick with effort, but full of weightless motion. It moves not in waves or currents, but in gentle pulses, like something breathing slowly beneath the surface of silence. You don't have to follow it. You don't even need to notice it. But if you do, it will be no different than any other moment. Just another part of what is already here. The hearth's glow has dimmed into a memory of itself. A faint warmth that lingers not in the stones, but in your skin. It doesn't require light to be real.
You don't need to see its shape anymore. The heat remains where it was absorbed, stored in the walls and floor like a quiet promise. A single droplet falls from somewhere above. No sound, no splash, but you feel it as if your body already knew what had happened before the air could catch up. It lands on the bench near the cord, not splashing or pooling, but simply spreading outward into the grain of the wood without need for explanation. The drawer runner has warmed slightly, where the hearth's last reflection passed over it, not from heat rising, but from time passing through a single point in space and leaving its mark.
The wax is still there, unchanged by touch, waiting not to be used again, but to remain as part of what stays behind when nothing else does. The cork stopper remains in your hand, now resting on the palm like an old companion who has come back without asking permission. It doesn't need a jar. It doesn't need to go anywhere. You could hold it longer or let it fall. Either way, there would be no difference. Your fingers are still. The air around them is not moving. There's no wind through the room, no shift in temperature, no call from outside. Only this, the faint pressure of your own breath against your upper lip. A soft rhythm that doesn't need to be matched or followed. It just continues, like all quiet things do. The wooden pegs on the near tray have settled into a new alignment, one that wasn't there before. Not because you moved them, nor because anything stirred the air, but simply as if they had been waiting for this moment to reveal themselves. They are no longer scattered in any direction. Instead, each one rests, with its narrow end facing slightly downward, as though bowing to something beneath the surface of the bench. Some tilt just enough that their shadows stretch a fraction further than before, pooling like ink on the grain. The light from the hearth has retreated entirely now. The stone is cool where it once glowed, and the warmth lives only in memory, in the way your hands remember heat even after they've been taken from fire. You don't need to look at them again, but if you do, there will be no surprise in their arrangement. Not because it's meaningful, but because it wasn't planned. It simply is. Like breath held too long and released without notice. The pegs have shifted on their own, not by force or intention, but as part of a slow quieting that has been happening all along.
The folded cloth lies beside them, still pressed into its shape. A bundle no larger than your palm, wrapped in layers of unbleached linen. It hasn't changed since you placed it there, yet the edges have softened further, blurring at the corners, as if time had seeped into the fabric and stretched it slightly outward. The weave is thick, dense with texture, that doesn't catch light, but holds it instead. You could press your fingertips against its surface and feel how deep it goes without reaching through. There's no need to open it. It wouldn't matter what lies inside.
A faint scent rises now. Not from the cloth, not exactly, but from somewhere in the wall behind you, where stone meets earth beneath a floor that hasn't shifted in decades.
It is not sharp or sour or sweet. It is quiet, like the smell of old moss after rain, only more distant, as if carried on air that has traveled through layers of time rather than distance. The wax on the drawer runner remains untouched, The brush lies beside it, bristles curled back like a sleeping creature. No one will use it again today. It doesn't have to be used at all. The wax itself is not shiny or new. It's been there so long that its surface has taken on the color of candle smoke and shadow combined. It holds no memory of application, only the quiet act of being, like a mark left by something that forgot it had made one.
The cord lies coiled now in two separate spirals, one larger, one tighter, each wound with care but not completion. The fibers are soft from handling, their ends frayed just enough to show where they've been pulled through the same small eyelet over and over again without ever being fastened. You could take a thread and pull it free if you wanted to, but there's no reason to. It would only unmake something that has already become still. The leather-free felt pad sits on its own now, not tucked in any tray or laid flat against another surface. It rests slightly askew on the edge of the bench, as though deciding whether to stay or drift away. Its texture is even across every inch. No bumps, no thin spots, just a softness that resists pressure without pushing back. You could press down with your whole hand and feel it yield only where you touch it, not spreading beyond. It doesn't need to be smoothed again. The surface has already settled into its own balance. The brass hinge lies beside the tray of stoppers, cooled and silent, waiting not for a door, but for something that may never come. It hasn't been placed in any frame. It isn't meant to hold anything. It is only here, its shape intact, its joints still open wide enough to pass one thin thread through if someone wished to do so. But no one does. No one ever has.
The air near the hearth now feels different. Not cooler than before, but quieter in a way that doesn't rely on temperature. It moves differently, not in currents or drafts, but as though it were made of stillness given form. You don't need to breathe deeply for it to feel full. Only to notice that there is no absence where your breath should be. A single grain of dust drifts down from above. Not from the ceiling, nor from the rafters, but from somewhere in the upper wall, near a seam so fine you couldn't see it, even if you look.
It falls slowly, not bouncing or landing with sound, but simply arriving on the bench beside the felt pad and staying there as though it had belonged to that spot all along. There is no reason for anything here to remain. No obligation. The pegs could scatter again. The cord might unravel. The drawer runner
could lose its wax, the stoppers their alignment, the hinge its shape in time. But none of that matters, because nothing is being held together by force or function. What holds it all now is not purpose. It's simply what happens when no one returns to pick up anything again. You don't need to watch any of this. You could close your eyes and feel only the weight of your own body resting on the bench, limbs uncoiled, spine aligned with the quiet gravity of stillness. The wood beneath you is warm not from heat, but from long use, like a hand that has been held for too many years to count. The space between the hearth and the wall behind it feels deeper than it was before. Not wider, not darker, but fuller in some way that doesn't require light to exist. It's as if something had taken up residence there without announcing itself. Not an object, not a shadow, just a quiet presence that has always been part of this room. The breath you take now is deeper than the last one, not because you needed it, but because your body knows how to pause. You don't need to keep track of its rhythm. It doesn't have to be steady or measured. It can slow down into something almost imperceptible, like a pulse that has forgotten what time means. The cork stopper remains in your palm, not held tightly, not dropped, just there, resting on the skin as if it had come home after wandering through other hands and other places. You could press it down onto the bench and feel its weight settle into the grain without lifting anything else. But you don't need to. The pegs have stopped shifting. The cord stays coiled. The felt pad doesn't shift from its edge. Everything is exactly as it should be. Not because it's finished or complete, but because it has stopped trying to become something else. You could open your hand now and let the stopper fall. But even if you did, there would be no sound, no movement in response. It would land where it lands, like a word that was never spoken aloud, like a thought that doesn't need to reach anyone. The air is not still. It's simply holding its breath with such care that nothing breaks the silence. The stones beneath your feet are not cold or warm. They're just there, deep in their place, settled into time so completely they've become part of it. You don't need to remember anything.
You don't even have to know what you're feeling. Only that whatever is happening now doesn't require naming.
The room has no edge. It isn't defined by walls or doorways. There are no thresholds here. Only layers of stillness, like sheets folded over each other and never opened. You could sleep without turning your head, without shifting your weight. The bench holds you not because it must, but because it's learned how to be soft beneath pressure. The light from the hearth, is gone. But the warmth remains in the floorboards, in the stone walls, in the space where something once burned and now only remembers what fire felt like. You don't need to stay awake. You could drift into sleep right here. No warning, no transition. Just a letting go that doesn't feel like loss, because nothing is being left behind. The pegs lie still. The cord stays coiled. The hinge waits, not for use, but for time's slow passage through it. The wooden tray beside you has begun to breathe, not in motion, but in stillness so deep that even dust hesitates above its surface. It is a shallow thing, carved from ash grown slow beneath a forest of stone, and now holds only the memory of shape. Not full, not empty, simply resting with all its corners known to gravity. You could trace them with your fingers if you wished, each one softened by years of passing hands that never paused long enough to mark it. But there is no need.
The edges are already familiar in a way that doesn't require learning. They have settled into the air like old bones left behind after a sleep that lasted longer than any reckoning. The wax has cooled where it was rubbed, thickened not into hardening, but into something quieter. A film so subtle it might as well be invisible, yet present in the way warmth lingers on skin after sunlight retreats. You don't have to look at it. The drawer runner beneath your palm knows its own condition without being told. It is smooth now, not because of force or effort, but because time has smoothed what once was uneven. There is no judgment here about imperfection, only the quiet understanding that some things become better when left untouched. A single thread lies across the bench where it fell earlier, unwound from a spool that now rests beside it, its coils intact and waiting. The cord you wound before isn't snapped or frayed. It has no knots, no signs of use beyond what was necessary to wind it once and then leave it. That is enough. You don't need to retie anything. There's no purpose in tightening something that already holds itself together with the same patience as a stone settles into earth. The felt pad lies where you placed it, no longer just protection for work. Not really, but simply an object that has learned how to be still on its own edge.
It is thick and unyielding in texture, yet soft in presence. The kind of thing that absorbs silence without becoming heavy with it. If you were to press your hand down upon it now, you would feel no resistance, only a yielding that feels like acceptance, not submission. Acceptance, as if the pad knew from long experience what it meant not to be moved. The brass hinge waits beside tomorrow's work, not because there is work left to do, but because the space between tasks has grown wide enough to hold both absence and anticipation without contradiction. It doesn't need a door. It doesn't even remember having one.
It only knows its own curve, the way metal remembers pressure, and how time makes it soft at the joints, not through decay, but through endurance. You could reach for the cork stopper again if you wanted, but there's no reason to. The moment of holding has passed like a breath exhaled into still air. You don't need to return to that place. The room doesn't demand anything from your hands. It is not waiting for completion, nor does it care whether something remains undone. The silence here isn't empty. It is filled with the quiet hum of things that have stopped trying. Not broken, just released. A hammer rests on its stand, not because it will be used tomorrow, but because it no longer needs to prove itself through force. Its weight has been absorbed by the wood beneath it until there's nothing left to carry. There's a bowl near the wall, a shallow one, made of river stone that has softened over decades from constant touch. It sits on a shelf just above your knee level when seated. Not too high, not too low. You could place your hand inside it if you wished, but the space within doesn't need to be filled. The bowl contains no water, no grain, no memory of use. It exists only as an invitation to rest your palm where it fits best. A single nail lies in a corner near the floorboards, tucked between two stones that were once part of a wall, now gone. It has not been used for years.
There's nothing it could attach anymore, yet it remains upright, standing on its own even though no force holds it there. Not because it is strong, but because it knows how to be still. The air carries the scent of old linseed oil, faint and layered beneath dust and wood, the kind that lingers in places where movement has slowed past forgetting. It doesn't smell like work or effort, only time passing through fabric, stone, skin, like the breath of a room that hasn't spoken aloud for so long, it no longer remembers how. You could close your eyes if you wanted, though not because sleep is near, but because there's nothing to see that matters more than what is already felt.
The bench supports you without effort. Your body fits into its curve as though carved by the same hands that made it. Not for beauty, not for function, but simply because it was meant to be like this. Held, seated, at peace. There is no need to name any of this. No need to explain why the light from the hearth has faded so completely, yet warmth still moves through floor and wall and air. The stones beneath your feet are not cold, nor warm. They simply are, like memory that doesn't require retrieval, like a thought that does not seek expression. The pegs have not moved since you last looked. Neither have they been sorted, nor arranged in any order.
They remain where they fell, some upright, some lying flat against the wood, each one holding its place with quiet dignity. Not because they were placed there by intention, but because they no longer care to be anywhere else. The cloth that was folded earlier now lies open on a low table near the far wall. Not stretched tight or smoothed out, but simply left as it fell when your fingers let go. It is thick and heavy in texture, made of something spun from roots grown deep underground, dyed with lichen that never bloomed for anyone's eye. The color isn't dark or light. It's a kind of gray that absorbs even shadow, like a place where silence has pooled.
You don't need to fold it again. You don't have to press down on any corner. There is no urgency in the way it lies. No demand to be restored or reshaped. It simply rests, folded not into perfection, but into presence. There are no clocks here. No markings of passing time, except for what happens when dust settles differently across a surface. When light touches stone at an angle that shifts imperceptibly over hours. When the air feels heavier in one corner than another. Not because it is colder or damper, but because something has chosen to linger there. Colded Nerib provoses.
Just because your body remembers how, it doesn't rush toward breath. It lets it come when it pleases, like rain that falls only where the ground is ready for it. The wax on the drawer runner has begun to blur slightly at the edges, not from heat, not from handling, but as if time itself had breathed over it and softened its boundary. The line between wood and substance has grown thin, like a memory worn down by years of being remembered. You don't need to watch any of this. You don't even have to be aware of it all at once. Some things are known not through sight or thought, but through the way they settle into your bones. Not as knowledge, but as belonging.
There is no goal in the room, no purpose beyond being itself. The tools aren't waiting for use. They're not lying idle. They're simply resting, like old hands that have stopped working and now only know how to rest on a surface where nothing demands they move again. The bench beneath you has become more than support. It is an understanding. It knows your weight, the way your spine curves into its grain, how one shoulder rests slightly lower than the other. It doesn't correct you. It holds you with no expectation of change. There's a small groove near the edge where fingers have worn through years of passing, long before anyone came here to work. Long before this hearth was lit.
The wood has grown around it, not filled it in, but shaped itself gently into a hollow that fits nothing now except memory. The cork stoppers drift slightly as air moves through unseen cracks. No rush, no call to action. They settle into their tray, not because they were placed there by hand, but because the wood has grown used to them, accepting each one in its own small way. There are 6 of them, all shaped from fallen branches that once stood where no light reached the surface. The bark is gone now, worn smooth by years beneath soil and stone.
They do not fit tightly. No need for a seal, but they rest with enough quiet confidence that you could close your eyes and still know where each one lies, not by sight or touch, but by how the space around them feels different when empty. You don't have to name what it is.
You don't even have to think about why you notice. The air near the tray has grown thicker in a way that isn't cold or warm. It simply holds its breath for longer than usual, like something waiting not for arrival, but for stillness to become deep enough to be heard. The cord lies coiled beside it, plain, unadorned, made from strands twisted so tightly they seem to have forgotten their own ends. It curls on the table like a sleeping animal that has curled in on itself and no longer remembers why it was ever straight.
The fibers are soft with age, not frayed or broken, but worn down into something quieter than thread, something closer to breath suspended between two thoughts. You could wind it again if you wanted. You might even begin, but there is no reason the cord must be wound. It does not protest its loose state, nor does the table demand that order return. The wood beneath it has grown accustomed to uneven things, uneven shapes, uneven pressure, uneven silence. Some places in stone have cracked just enough so that dust collects differently, not as debris, but as a kind of slow remembering. A small copper hook hangs from one wall, not used for anything now, perhaps never meant for use at all. It is bent slightly inward, like it once caught something too heavy and gave way without complaint. The metal has darkened in patches where moisture found its way between layers. No rust, no decay, just a slow turning of surface into shadow. There is another drawer on the bench beside you. Not one that opens easily. Not because it's stuck, but because it doesn't want to be opened yet. It sits closed with a kind of gentle resistance, as though the wood within has decided to keep its contents in quiet for now. No light slips through the seam. Not even a whisper escapes when your hand passes near. The leather-free pad lies on its side, smoothed by time and touch. It is not thick. It has no padding, but it holds shape with soft authority. Something about how it yields just slightly under pressure tells you that it was once pressed into use for hours without complaint. Not because it needed to be useful, but because someone chose to rest their hand on it during a moment of quiet. The brass hinge rests beside tomorrow's work. Yes, there is still a tomorrow, but not one that calls out. It lies flat against the bench, like something returned from absence. Its surface bears no marks of use,
yet it carries the memory of movement. The way it once opened and closed without sound. The kind of motion that happens between silence and silence. You don't need to know what it will connect tomorrow. Not now. You only need to notice how still it is, how deeply it belongs in this moment. The light from the hearth has softened its edges so much that you can no longer say where flame ends and warmth begins. It is not a source, nor a boundary. It simply exists as an atmosphere. The stones around it have absorbed heat in such a way they now radiate it back slowly, like slow breaths exhaled over days. A single thread of smoke curls from the firebox, not because there's still fuel, but because the air itself has remembered how to rise when something no longer burns. It does not drift upward with purpose. It rises only because gravity has loosened its grip on it for a moment, just long enough to be seen, just long enough to be forgotten. The dust in this room has learned to fall differently than elsewhere. It lands where the air is calmest, not all at once, but one particle at a time, like small decisions made without intention. Some gather near corners that have never been touched by light. Others drift slowly across surfaces that are no longer needed for anything. You might blink if you wanted, but not because your eyes need it. Not because they're dry or tired. You blink simply because the rhythm of being here includes such moments. Small, unasked for gestures that happen when attention becomes soft enough to allow them. The air near the ceiling feels heavier, not with pressure, but with weightlessness. It is not still. It moves in tiny shifts that do not disturb anything else. It floats like thoughts that have no need for language or direction. You could listen if you wished, but not because there's a sound. Just because listening becomes possible when nothing demands to be answered. The bench beneath you has grown quieter with your presence. Not in the sense of fading away, but in how it listens differently now. How its grain aligns with your spine, not as support, but as recognition. It does not hold you so much as remember what holding feels like. A single wooden peg lies on the edge near your foot, not one that fell from a pile, nor one left behind by accident. It sits there because it chose to stop moving when everything else had already stopped trying. The candle stub beside the hearth has burned down far more than you realized. Its wax pooling into soft curves, not sharp edges. The wick is barely visible now, curled in on itself like a memory of flame that no longer needs fire. There are no tools here meant for speed or precision. No chisels waiting to cut deeper. No hammers ready to strike. The space has grown used to things being unfinished. Not because they are incomplete, but because completion is not the point.
You could reach out and touch anything. Just a fingertip against wood, cloth, metal. But you don't have to, not even when your hand drifts near. You might let it hover for longer than necessary, just to feel how air moves differently when attention lingers without purpose. The walls are not listening. They're not aware of being watched or touched. But they know what it is to be held. By time, by stone, by the slow passage of things that never needed names. Their surfaces bear no marks of effort, only the soft wear of presence. There's a small indentation near where your knee rests, not deep enough to hurt, not large enough to matter. It formed over years from nothing more than leaning and stillness. The wood has grown around it like a quiet embrace, rounded inward, softened by habit rather than force. The air in this room does not carry sound beyond what is already here. There are no echoes because there's no need for them. What happens inside remains inside, not hidden, but simply known to itself. You don't have to remember the shape of your hands when they're still. You don't even have to know if you've moved. The space holds both motion and rest with equal care. Neither is preferred. Neither demands attention. The hearth's warmth has begun to settle into your clothes, not as heat, but as a kind of quiet presence that doesn't require proof. It is not in your skin or blood. It is not even felt in the usual way. It is just there, like a memory that no longer needs confirmation. You might close your eyes if you wanted, but not because sleep is coming, not because it's time. You close them simply because they can rest without reason. The room has grown heavier with stillness, not in weight, but in depth, like water that doesn't ripple when touched, only deepens where the surface remains unchanged. A small piece of unplaned wood lies half hidden beneath a cloth, not waiting to be used. Not forgotten. It is simply there, rough on one side, smooth on the other, each side holding its own truth without needing to merge with the other. You might notice how the edge of the cloth beside the bench has begun to fray, not from wear, but because something within its fibers decided to let go, gently, like a thread that no longer wanted to be held taut. It curls inward at one corner, not frayed in the way things break down, but loosened in the way breath escapes after long silence. The air near it does not stir, yet there is a softness around that edge, as if space itself has leaned closer to listen to what the fabric no longer needs to hide. There's a small box on the lower shelf, wooden, unvarnished, with a lid
slightly askew. Not because it was opened in haste, but because it never needed to be closed at all. Inside, not tools or nails or scraps of metal, but 6 smooth river stones collected from somewhere far beyond this room's reach. They're not arranged for use or display. One rests on top of the others, as if testing balance without purpose. Another has a faint groove worn into its side, something that happened long before anyone thought to name it. Their surfaces are cool even here, near the hearth, because they carry memory more than heat. They do not speak, but their stillness speaks for them in a language made of weight and shape alone. The drawer beside the bench has been left open just enough for air to pass through. Not cracked wide, nor closed tight, just breath pour, like something that doesn't mind being slightly exposed. Inside, no tools wait with urgency. No hooks or clamps or wires in need of tension. Only a length of cord coiled upon itself, thick and dull. Its ends frayed not from use, but from time spent lying undisturbed. Like roots that grew too long without needing to stretch. It doesn't coil by choice. It simply found this shape over days when no one reached for it. You might lean forward just a little if you wanted, not because anything requires your attention, but because the angle of the light has changed in such a way that the shadow of the bench's leg now rests across your knee like an invitation to stay. Not a demand. Not even warmth, just presence, long enough for your body to settle into its own contour, not as resistance, but as recognition. The wax on the candle stub is no longer pooling so much as settling. It has become something between solid and soft. A substance that remembers form without needing it. The wick itself curls inward now like a question folded in upon itself. Not seeking an answer, just holding its shape until the moment when even questions stop wanting to be spoken. There's a small wooden spool near your hand, unwound nearly all the way, but not because someone forgot to wind it back. It was wound slowly over many evenings, each turn deliberate and never rushed. The string is gone now, pulled through the air like breath released from lips long still. But the spool remains, not broken, not empty, just open in a way that doesn't feel incomplete, like a hand left wide when no one came to close it. You could touch it if you wanted, but not because anything needs fixing or finishing. The wood has absorbed warmth from your fingers over time, even without direct contact. It remembers the shape of pressure, even when it isn't being pressed. It knows what it is to be held by someone who had no reason to hold except that they could.
A single cork stopper rests in a shallow tray beside the bench. Not one placed there recently, but one that arrived long ago and never left. There are 5 others in the tray, each different in size and color, some with tiny cracks along their surface, like old maps where terrain has worn down from being read too often. But this one is whole, not polished or cleaned, just present. Its base rests at a slight tilt because it doesn't need to be level. It simply chose not to lean forward. The leather-free felt pad beneath the workpiece tray hasn't been moved in days, perhaps weeks, but it isn't dusty.
It's soft, where your knee touched it when you first sat down, and its surface has taken on a quiet texture from repeated contact with cloth and fingertips that never meant to leave marks. It doesn't need to be replaced or cleaned. It simply is, like the kind of place in memory where nothing happens, but everything remains. The brass hinge lies beside tomorrow's work, not because it was left behind, not because it was forgotten, but because it has been given permission to rest. Not as a tool waiting to be used, nor as an object that failed. It sits there with its 2 halves slightly parted, just enough for the air to pass between them like breath between lips when no sound is made. You might notice how the way the light from the hearth touches the wall behind you has softened into a kind of gray. Not cold, not dark, but something in between. A color that exists only when things are neither here nor gone. It's where shadows go when they stop being sharp and start remembering what it is to be soft. The wooden peg still rests near your foot, but now its position feels different. Not because you've moved it or even looked at it closely, but because the space around it has shifted in a way that allows for silence, not as absence, but as fullness. It no longer sits at the edge of action. It belongs to the center.
A single thread dangles from the hem of your coat, not torn loose by force, but fallen quietly after holding on too long. It trails just above the floor like something that forgot it was ever attached. No one has pulled it back. No hand reached down to fix what no longer needed fixing. It stays exactly where it is, because staying is now its only purpose. The air in the room doesn't move with sound, but with weight. Not heavy, not light, but full of pause. Like a breath held long after all reason has passed.
There's a small indentation near your shoulder blade, not from sitting too long, nor from leaning on anything solid. It formed because you once rested there without knowing it was being noticed by the wood, by the air, by time itself. You don't need to remember when that happened. The room remembers for you. There is no urgency in how the light falls across the stone floor. No rush toward shadow or warmth. It spreads slowly, like a hand laid down without permission, but not removed. Shadows do not stretch here. They gather, like dust that settles on things not meant to be seen. A small wooden block lies halfway between your hand and the bench's edge, not placed there by anyone, not moved in years. One side is worn smooth from touch, the other bears faint marks, light scratches, almost invisible, that were made when someone once tried to carve something they no longer needed to say. It doesn't need to be finished. It isn't waiting for anything. It's just there. The way a breath becomes part of the air long after it was exhaled. You might close your eyes now, not because you are tired, not because sleep is coming, but because you have finally arrived at stillness that does not ask permission. There is no need to open them again. Not yet. The room knows you're here.
It has grown used to the shape of your quiet. The hearth glows low, just enough for warmth to rise, just enough for shadows to linger without demand.
No flame dances. No smoke curls upward in search of sky. Only heat that does not speak. Only light that does not need to be seen. And somewhere beyond memory, a thread unspools. Not from the spool, but from the silence itself. Threading through the air like something that never had a beginning and will never end. It doesn't lead anywhere. It just is. Like this moment. Like you. Like the way your body has begun to sink into the bench, not as weight, but as return. The air near your knees has taken on a quality you didn't notice before. not because it is cooler or warmer, but because it holds stillness like a held breath between two heartbeats. It isn't empty, not really.
It's full of the kind of quiet that only comes after all motion has given up its claim to being necessary. The stone beneath your feet doesn't echo anymore. It listens. There is no sound from the far end of the room where a shelf leans slightly. Just the faintest shift in pressure, as if the wood itself had exhaled and forgotten it was breathing. A small wooden spool rests on the edge of the bench, not rolled out, but resting like an idea that decided to stay put. Its thread is thin and unspooled, just enough to show a few inches of pale fiber caught between the grooves. No longer waiting for use, no longer afraid of being left behind. It lies there as if it had already reached its destination and simply chose not to move on. You haven't touched anything in some time. Not because you forgot, but because remembering isn't required anymore. The task is only ever the presence of it. The fact that a thing exists in this space without needing to be done or declared. A single brass washer sits beside a pile of unused leather scraps, neither part nor whole, neither use nor waste. It has been there so long, its surface bears no marks from handling, just a soft patina-like dust on glass that never stirred. The bench itself is not flat now in the way it was when you first sat. It has settled into your shape, not molded by weight, but accepted through time. The grain near your back has darkened slightly, not from use, but from warmth shared over days and nights that didn't count as hours. No one measured them. There is a small crease in the cloth draped across the armrest, a fold made when someone once tucked it neatly around something they no longer needed to protect. It hasn't been disturbed since. The edges are soft at the tips, not frayed, but softened by air and stillness, as if the material had learned how to be gentle with itself. The drawer runner you rubbed wax into earlier now lies open just a sliver. No longer hidden, no longer meant for anything beyond its own quiet passage. It doesn't slide when touched. It only holds space. The faint scent of beeswax lingers, not as perfume, not as reminder, but as a kind of memory that comes after the moment has passed. A tray of cork stoppers rests where you left it near the base of the bench. Each one round and unblemished, each seated in its own dimple. They don't need to be used. They were never meant for anything more than sitting. The grooves around them are worn smooth by fingers that passed over them once.
then stopped. A length of plain cord lies coiled beside a half-wound spool, no longer waiting to be tied or knotted. It has unspooled into itself in quiet surrender.
Its loops rest like small promises made and forgotten. There is no knot at the end, not because it was never tied, but because there was nothing left to tie. The leather-free felt pad you smoothed earlier now lies flat against the bench's edge, no longer meant for protection or padding. Just a shape of stillness in the world of things that move. It has taken on the color of time passing without notice. Not faded, not worn thin, but simply grown quiet to match its surroundings. The brass hinge sits beside it now, not placed there by force, nor forgotten, but set down with care, as if it had paused mid-task and decided rest was better than motion. Its surface catches the glow faintly, just enough light to show it's still real, still part of this place, even in stillness. There's no need for a schedule here, no expectation that things must be returned or repaired or completed. The room holds its own rhythm, not one of urgency, but of returning. Like roots learning how to press into soil without needing to grow upward. Like breath settling into the quiet between two thoughts. A single hair has come loose from your sleeve and now rests against the bench's edge. Light as air, not caught on anything, not stuck by force. It stays just where it fell, not because no one will pick it up, but because nothing needs to be picked up anymore. The hearth still glows low, its warmth rising in steady waves, like a hand placed gently on the small of your back when you don't realize it's there. The light doesn't shift. It doesn't chase shadows or seek new corners. It stays where it is, like something that has decided to belong. The wooden block between your hand and the bench's edge still rests in its quiet place, not moved, not touched. But now its worn side faces you, as if it had turned slowly over time, just enough to show what was always meant to be seen. A surface shaped by hands that didn't know they were shaping anything. A faint tremor runs through the air, not from movement nor sound, but from something deeper than vibration. It passes like a ripple in water when no stone has been thrown. You don't feel it on your skin. You only sense it in your bones, like an old memory of being held without words. The thread that dangled from your coat hem still lies where it fell, no longer trailing, but resting flat against the floor, as if it had finally decided to stop searching for something it never left behind. A small dust mote floats near the ceiling, not drawn by light, not disturbed by air, but moving in a slow spiral,
like time itself, winding back into its own silence. It doesn't fall, it just is.
The bench has stopped being a place to work and become a shape of rest. The wooden peg near your foot no longer waits for use. It has simply returned to the space where things belong when they stop needing to be named. There is no need to open your eyes. Not now. Not ever. If you don't wish it. The room holds you without asking. It remembers your quiet, not as a temporary state, but as something that belongs here. Like moss on stone, or still water in a well. The air doesn't thin out. It thickens gently, not with weight, not with pressure, but with the kind of fullness that only comes when nothing needs to be done. When all motion has become part of the quiet. You are no longer sitting. You are simply being here and now without needing to arrive or leave. A single drop of wax from a long finished job has cooled on the edge of a tray, small and round as a bead, not melted into anything, not absorbed by wood. It sits like a forgotten word that chose to stay in place. The cord coiled beside the spool curls slightly inward now, like something that had been waiting for space and found it without needing to ask. And somewhere beyond the reach of thought, a breath slips from your chest, not sharp, not deep, just present. It doesn't seek to return. It simply exists in this moment like everything else. Quiet, unclaimed, complete. You are still here, settled into a space where nothing demands you move or name what is happening. The hearth's glow has softened again, not dimmed, not vanished, just deepened in tone, like honey left to sit under the sun. It no longer pushes outward, but settles into the wall behind it, staining stone with warmth that doesn't burn and won't fade. Your hands are resting on your lap now, palms up, fingers slightly curved as though cradling something you've already given back. Something too small or too quiet to hold for long. There's a shelf just beyond arm's reach where old tools have been laid aside, not because they're broken, but because their work is done. One iron rod lies bent at the tip, not from use, not from accident, but shaped like an answer that never needed asking. It rests on its side, with no purpose now except to be seen as it is. A shape made by fire and time, without need for function or formality. A thread of wool has come loose from a bundle on another shelf. Fine gray yarn, frayed at one end, and you notice it not because it matters, but because the air hold still long enough for its presence to be felt. It drapes over the edge like a thought that forgot itself halfway through being spoken.
No pull tugs at it. No hand reaches to fix it or cut it loose.
The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things not meant for speech. Small, steady hums beneath notice. The slow expansion and contraction of stone in its sleep. The whisper-thin shift of dust particles, settling where light can no longer touch them. A single grain of sand slipping through an invisible crack near the floorboards. These are not sounds to listen for. They are part of your breath.
You turn slowly, not toward anything, but because movement has become allowed again, just as it was before you thought about moving at all. Your shoulders release without effort, like water finding its level after being held too long in a cup. The weight doesn't vanish. It simply shifts into the floor beneath you, where stones remember how to carry. There's an old jar near the hearth rim, half filled with dried herbs no one ever uses anymore. Sage leaves curled at their edges like fingers that once reached for something and found only air. They've lost color, but not stillness. The glass is clouded now in places where warmth has lingered too long without heat. You watch them drift slightly, not moving, just settling deeper into the shape they were always meant to be. A cluster of dry things resting together like memories that no longer want to return. A small brass hook hangs from one corner of your vision, its surface worn smooth by hands not yours. It doesn't catch light. It catches time instead, holding still in whatever moment you happen to look at it. You could almost believe it was waiting for something. But then again, perhaps all things are always waiting. Not with urgency, just quietly. Your foot brushes against a piece of cloth that has been folded too many times and forgotten on the bench. Its thick wool dyed deep blue in places, faded where sunlight passed through an open window once or twice during winter. You don't unfold it. You let your toe press into its edge as if testing whether it remembers pressure. It does, not with memory, but with presence. Like a hand placed on the shoulder of someone you've known for years and know well enough to trust without speaking. The wall behind you is uneven in places, stone that grew wilder than intended during construction, but now worn smooth by generations of hands brushing past it when not looking. One particular patch has begun to feel like skin, warm, slightly yielding beneath touch, as though the stone itself had learned how to breathe at its own pace. You close your eyes and let them rest, not in sleep yet, but in suspension. The kind where you are neither awake nor dreaming, just holding still long enough for silence to begin speaking on its own behalf.
The room listens back, not with sound, but by stopping the way a river does when snow falls over it. A single curl of wood has slipped from a tray near your knee, not sharp, not splintered, but shaped like an old letter that never left home. It lies where you first saw it, curled inward as if afraid to unfold again after so long in stillness. You could roll it between two fingers and feel the grain beneath. How each line points back toward a tree that no longer stands. But you don't move for now. Not even your breath changes direction or speed. It stays where it is, low, steady, not seeking to be noticed, but simply being there like all other things in this room. The dust on shelves, the shadow behind the door, the way light pools near cracked mortar. There's a drawer at the foot of one workbench, small and unmarked. It has never opened fully since it was built. Its hinge groans when touched too hard or left untouched for too long. Today, it sits slightly open, not because anything pulled on it, but because something inside pushed gently outward, just once, in recognition. You do not reach to close it.
You let the space remain where it is. The small gap between wood and frame, like a secret that chose not to be kept loud. Inside, you can see only darkness. But even that dark feels quiet enough to sit within, as if no one ever needs to say what's inside or why it stays there. A few loose pins lie scattered on the bench beside your left hand. Not for use, just leftover. Metal fragments shaped like small stars fallen from a sky long since forgotten. One of them rests near the edge where light bends around its curve.
It doesn't shine, but if you look at it directly, just once, you'll feel something shift, not in sight, but somewhere deeper, as though your body had remembered how to recognize stillness when given time. You do not pick up any pin. You leave them exactly where they are. Each one a tiny landmark of unfinished things that have decided to stay. There's another drawer farther down the bench, this one half-lidded and resting against its own weight, like someone who has stretched but chosen not to get up. Inside, there is nothing visible, not even dust, but you sense movement anyway. Slow, soft shifts beneath stillness, as if something small had taken root in a place no light reaches.
You don't look into it. You let the emptiness speak without needing words. The bench itself has grown warm where your body touched it, just slightly more than stone or wood should allow.
but not from fire. From you. A quiet heat that lingers long after rest, like how an echo stays behind when sound leaves a room too soon. And then there is the air, not cold, not hot, just full of weightless things. Particles floating where no wind stirs. Memories that have lost their names, but keep returning to your awareness in fragments. Like footsteps on stone you never walked. Voices half remembered from dreams, without language.
You don't try to place them. You simply let the silence grow so thick it becomes a kind of fabric, a soft cloth laid across everything, covering all things equally. Tasks not finished, thoughts left behind, objects that waited too long and then chose to stay. A small wooden block rests on one corner of the bench. It's uncarved except for its edges, rounded by time rather than intention. You can see where fingers once rubbed against it, not in work, but in idle thought, pressing down gently while waiting for something else, not quite sure what. The surface is smooth now, worn into softness like skin that has known too many hands. You let your hand rest near it, no need to touch, but the space between you feels full of past contact, as though this block had been held by someone before you who left behind only stillness and no story. The hearth makes one last sound, not a crackle or pop, but a deep sigh from within stone, like something breathing after centuries. It doesn't wake anyone. It merely confirms that the fire is gone, not extinguished, just retired into itself. Now, there are no more sounds to mark time except your own breath, and even that slows as if learning how to move without effort, like water finding its level in a basin carved by forgotten hands.
You do not move your hand from its place near the wooden block, just above it, suspended as though the air itself has grown dense enough to hold a shape without weight.
The wood does not respond, nor does it expect anything. It only is, rounded at the corners, unmarked except for the faintest shadow of where pressure once pressed down in rhythm with idle thought, like breath caught between heartbeats. There's no need to name what happened there before you arrived. No reason to recall who left their fingers behind, or how long ago that silence settled into grain and warmth. The space beyond the bench stretches quietly. Stone floor, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, too tired to lift properly, yet never so careless as to leave damage. It remembers every kind of step, deliberate ones, hesitant ones, slow retreats made in quiet surrender.
But now it holds only stillness, like a page between two sentences that has forgotten how to carry meaning. A single thread, lies curled near the base of the bench, not tied off, not frayed, just resting where it fell from some earlier task too small to remember. It's woolen, but soft in ways no wool should be, as though it had learned to relax after years of tension, not stretched tight or pulled taut, just released into rest. You watch it for a long time, not because you need to see anything change, but because the act itself becomes enough. The slow unfurling of attention that doesn't ask for return.
There's a small tray near the wall, tucked between two shelves where light does not reach. It holds only 3 cork stoppers, each slightly different in shape, as though they had been pulled from bottles, long emptied and never replaced. They sit like relics of something forgotten, drinks poured into silence, promises made to no one. One has a slight curve near the top. Another is darker at its base. The third bears a tiny chip that might have happened when it was dropped once or twice in an old hand's pocket. You do not touch them. You don't wonder what they sealed or why they were left behind. They are not waiting for anything.
Instead, you let your gaze drift to where the hearth wall meets the ceiling, a narrow gap just wide enough to admit a single breath of air. Not wind, never wind, just passage. A place where warmth from below rises like memory through stone, only to dissolve into cooler space above. No longer needed, but still present. You feel it on your skin, not as heat, not as draft, but as the quiet hum of something that has been here for so long, it's become part of what stays. The air in this corner is thick with small things. Dust, too light to fall. Fibers too fine to see, unless you look just beyond focus. They drift like thoughts without a home, unclaimed, unspoken, floating through corners where no one remembers ever entering.
You don't chase them. You let them pass through your awareness as though they were part of the same breath that keeps you here. There's another surface nearby, a low table made from dark wood, its top worn down to smoothness in places by countless hands resting there without purpose. A single leather-free felt pad lies on it, folded neatly, but not precisely. Not a task completed, just a pause. It is the color of old snow, soft and unyielding at once, with edges that have softened from handling and time. No one would mistake it for anything other than what it is. A place to rest your palm without leaving marks. You reach toward it, not in need, but out of habit. Just enough to feel its presence under the curve of your fingers before letting go again. It doesn't require you to hold it. It only asks that you acknowledge it exists, like recognizing the shape of your own shadow when no light shines. Behind you, a drawer slides open by itself.
Not wide, not sudden, but just far enough so you can see the inside. Lined with something thick and spongy, beige in tone, almost like compressed moss or dried foam. It is neither warm nor cold. It does not move. But if you press your ear against it, just once, you might hear a low pulse beneath, slow as root growth, steady as stone, settling into sleep.
Not alive, but aware of time in its own way.
You do not press your ear to the drawer. You don't need to know what waits inside. It has chosen not to speak. That is enough. The room shifts very slightly, not with sound or motion, but with weight. A softening at the edges of perception, as though gravity had paused for a moment and decided to be gentle. The silence deepens in layers now, the kind that comes when even air remembers how to move slowly. A small bowl rests on an upper shelf, empty except for one drop of liquid still clinging to its inner curve like a tear refusing to fall. It's not water nor oil, but something older, something held too long by the vessel itself until it became less substance than memory. You do not reach for it. You don't even look directly at it. But you feel the weight of that drop in your chest, the way some moments linger longer than they should, just because no one has said goodbye. The wooden pegs from earlier, those small ones sorted into little grooves along the bench, are still there. Not rearranged. Not disturbed. Some have shifted slightly. Not by wind or hand, but through their own quiet settling into place, as though time had decided to reorganize them without asking permission. One sits near the edge of its groove, tilted just enough to catch the faintest light. Its surface polished from years of being handled and returned, never used for what it was meant. You do not take one. You don't need it for anything. But you let your hand hover above them as if reading a map with no destination. The grooves are shallow, but deep in memory, each holding the shape of fingers that once passed through them. Fingers too tired to work, too calm to rest. There's a length of cord lying beside the bench, coiled loosely, like something dreaming. It's plain, undyed, not strong or delicate, but steady in its form.
You watch it for so long, your breath slows, until you can feel each inhale as though it were the first one in days. The cord does nothing. It doesn't stretch. It doesn't break. It just is. Coiled like a thought that refuses to turn into action. You do not wind it. Not yet. But you let your fingers rest near its edge. letting warmth transfer from skin to fiber without intent. The walls are quiet now, not silent, but full of texture. The slow grain of wood beneath paint, long worn away, stone with tiny veins, like old roads that no one walks anymore.
In some places, the surface feels almost soft to touch, not because it is yielding, but because it has learned how to absorb presence without resistance. There's a small patch near the floor where the stone has cracked slightly, just enough for something dark and fibrous to have grown inside, like thread made from shadow or root from underground. It doesn't grow outward, it doesn't spread. It just stays in that space, wrapped around stillness like a secret, kept not by silence but by absence. You don't look at it closely. You only know it's there because the air shifts slightly when you turn your head, like something breathing beneath the surface of things. The bench creaks once, not loudly, not abruptly, but with a long-held sound that echoes inside the bones rather than in the ears. Not from weight, from memory. As if the wood remembers every time someone sat there and simply stopped doing anything at all. You do not react. You don't shift your position or adjust your breath. You let the creak fade like an old song played too softly to be heard, but still felt in the chest. There is a folded cloth nearby, thick, coarse in texture, dyed in no particular shade, its pattern worn down by time and carelessness. It lies on a shelf where it has been since before you arrived, untouched except by dust. You do not unfold it. You don't need to know what's beneath. The fold itself holds meaning, the way something was closed with intention but then forgotten, left folded in place like a moment too heavy for words. The drawer runner lies on its side now, no longer tucked beneath the lip where it had rested all day. Just a narrow strip of smooth wood, worn thin at one end from being pulled back again and again without purpose. It doesn't belong to any particular drawer anymore, not even the ones that still open and close in this quiet space. The marks on its surface are shallow now, almost erased by time and touch, but you can trace them if you want. The faintest impressions of fingers brushing over it as they pass through, never stopping. There's no need to turn it over or examine it closely.
You've already seen what's there. The way it fits into the groove, not with force, but with ease. like a memory that slips in without protest. There is wax near the edge of the bench. Small jar, half empty. Its lid slightly loose from being opened and closed too many times by hands that no longer remember how to be careful.
The air around it is still warm from being handled earlier. Just a faint heat beneath the surface, like breath held too long in one place.
The cork stoppers are arranged neatly now, not by you, but because they've settled themselves during the hours of quiet. They sit in their tray as though waiting for nothing and no one. Each one just slightly different. Some darker at the base, others lighter near the top. A few with tiny fractures along their sides that don't matter. You do not place them back or rearrange them. Their order is unimportant. What matters is how they rest, how their flat bottoms press evenly into the wood below, not leaning, not wobbling, as if balance were no longer something to be achieved, but simply known. The brass hinge lies beside the tray now, cool and still. Its surface smooth from years of being touched without use. It doesn't need to close anything today or tomorrow either. It won't open a door or fasten an edge. Still, you watch it for a moment, as if expecting something to happen. Not movement, but meaning. The kind that comes slowly, like the way light changes in this room when no one is watching. Not brighter, not dimmer, just different. You don't reach for it, but your breath slows again. And there's a softness across your chest, as though you're breathing something heavier than air. There's a leather-free felt pad on the far end of the bench, smaller than the others, tucked beneath the edge where no one would think to look unless they were searching for nothing at all. It hasn't been touched in days. The fibers have settled into a kind of stillness that isn't quite rest, but close enough. The way dust settles not on surfaces, but between them.
accumulating without notice. You don't lift it up or move it aside. You only let your gaze drift toward it, as if seeing something through fog you haven't stepped into. The cord lies where it was, coiled loosely near the edge of the bench, still dreaming in its shape. But now a few threads have slipped free from the coil, not broken, but unraveled slightly, like thoughts that refuse to stay contained. Lay half out, catching no light, making no sound.
The loose ends just hang there, quiet and unclaimed, as if they've decided to stop pretending they belong anywhere. The air has changed, not in temperature, not really, but in weight. It feels thicker now, not damp or hot, but full of presence. As though the room itself is breathing with you, not ahead of you or behind it, but alongside, slowly and without urgency. You don't have to respond to that breath. You don't even need to match it. There's a small stone near the hearth, not one of the larger blocks in the wall, nor part of any foundation, but a rounded piece, worn smooth by something unseen. Perhaps water long gone, or hands passing over and over without direction. It sits on its side now, not quite resting flat, as if reluctant to settle fully into stillness. You don't pick it up. You don't even turn your head toward it completely. But you know it's there, just like the way you know the crack in the floor is still holding its shadowy thread. Just like how you remember each of the pegs was once shaped by someone who never finished what they started. The wooden shelf above the bench holds nothing but dust and faint outlines. The ghost of something that no longer exists. No tools, no jars, not even a forgotten scrap. Just space where things were once kept for reasons now lost to time. You don't look at it hard. You let your eyes slide over without focus.
A thread has come loose from the folded cloth, just one strand, thin and nearly invisible, hanging down from the corner of the fold like an afterthought. It doesn't hang straight. It drifts slightly, as if caught in a current that only exists inside you. You don't pull it back. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. The light from the hearth flickers once, not with flame, but with depth. The coals have cooled into ash now, not dead, just resting between fire and memory. The glow they give is soft, without edge or intention. It doesn't illuminate anything specifically. It only exists as warmth, spreading outward in layers that don't demand to be seen.
You do not move your hands. You do not shift your weight. Your back stays against the bench's curve, as if you've been there so long it has begun to remember your shape without needing to be told. The wood beneath you is no longer just support. It's a kind of answer, quiet, unyielding, and willing. There are no clocks here. No need for them. Time doesn't pass in this room. It settles, like ash into soil or breath into silence. You don't measure it. You only feel its shape. The way some moments grow longer, not because they last more, but because nothing pulls you forward through them.
The drawer runner has turned slightly since the last time you looked, just enough to reveal a new surface where no one's eyes have been in years. The grain runs differently now, as if it too had grown tired of being held still and decided to reorient itself without warning. You don't correct it. You don't even notice until after it has happened. There is a small indentation near the base of the bench, just deep enough for a fingertip to sink in slightly when pressed down hard, but not so much that it breaks through. It's been there for as long as you can remember, though you can't say exactly how long that is. You've never asked what made it. Maybe someone sat here too heavily once. Or maybe the wood simply learned over time how to hold a shape even when no one was using it. You don't press into it now, but you let your awareness rest there, just for a moment, as though acknowledging something quietly, without naming it. The cord has uncoiled further in its sleep. Not entirely, not yet, but enough that the end curls toward the floor, like an arm reaching down to touch something buried. It doesn't touch anything. The space beneath is empty, as if waiting patiently for nothing at all. You do not pull it back. There's a scent now, not of smoke or wood, nor any spice or oil, but something fainter. The smell of old paper left in sunlight, or dried moss after rain, or the quiet between notes and music that never gets played. It doesn't come from one place. It fills the room like a breath you didn't know you were holding. You don't inhale deeply to find it. You just let it be there. The felt pad has shifted slightly, just enough
for its edge to rest against the bench's lip, not falling off, but close. It doesn't matter. The space beneath it is still empty. Nothing needs to go there. A single hair has come loose from the felt pad. No more than a thread, fine as frost on glass, caught at the corner where the material meets the bench's edge. It doesn't twitch. It doesn't tremble in any current you can name. It hangs there like an ending that forgot to close itself properly. The air around it is still enough for dust to settle without falling. You don't reach for it. There's no reason to gather what has already let go. The brass hinge lies beside the work tray, not where it will be tomorrow, but where it was today, just beyond the arc of light, half in shadow like a memory that won't quite surface. It doesn't gleam now, not with polish or promise. The metal has cooled into something quiet, its purpose already known and laid aside. You don't pick it up. You don't move to set it where it belongs. There's no hurry for tomorrow's hands to find it. For now, it rests as if learning how to be still. There is a small patch of unevenness on the floor near the hearth. Just a dent in the stone, where something heavy once rested and left its mark long after being removed. It doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't catch your foot or trip you. You don't notice it unless you're watching for things that no longer matter. And yet, even now, you let your gaze drift toward it, not to fix it, not to fill it in, but because it holds space like an old friend who never speaks but is always there when the room goes quiet. The cord has curled further into itself, winding back on its own without direction or purpose, as if it had decided to sleep with one end tucked beneath the other. It doesn't form a knot. There's no tightness in it, no tension. Just a slow spiral of thread that finds comfort in returning to where it began, though beginning was never required. A faint warmth comes from within. The wall behind you, not heat, but memory. Something older than flame. Something deeper than wood. It doesn't radiate outward like fire. It pulses slowly beneath the stone, like breath held too long and then released. You don't look at it. You don't search for its source, but you feel it in your spine, the way a body remembers a place it's never been. The cloth is no longer folded. Not exactly. The edges have softened where they touched each other, pressed together by time, not will. The folds are deeper now, not from being pressed down, but because the fabric has learned how to rest. It doesn't need to be straight or symmetrical anymore. It just needs to lie there. There is a small hollow
beneath one of the bench legs. A space carved into stone over years of stillness, where no dust ever settles and no weight can break through. It's not deep enough for your hand, not wide enough for anything but air, but it exists like a place that was once meant to hold something and now holds nothing at all. You don't lean into the hollow. You don't press against it. You simply let your awareness rest near its edge, as if acknowledging a silence so quiet it has become part of the room's bones. The wooden pegs are still in their tray, no longer counting toward anything, no longer needed for assembly or balance. They sit scattered, but not lost. Some lie on their side, some upright, one tilted just enough to catch the faintest shift in light from the hearth's edge. None of them need to be sorted. None of them need to be moved. And yet, there is a movement in the air between them. Not wind, not vibration, but something like breath. Slow, unannounced, drifting through where no path was ever made. The cork stoppers have settled into their tray with a kind of patience only small things understand. They don't need to seal anything now. There is nothing inside waiting to be released. The jars they once belonged to are empty and forgotten. Still, each one rests in its place as if it had been told long ago that this was where it would always belong.
You don't count them. You don't check whether any have slipped. You don't rearrange them for symmetry or order. They stay where they are, just enough to be visible, just enough to not vanish. There is a thin line of ash across the hearth's lip, a ribbon that hasn't been touched in days. It doesn't fall, doesn't spread, just lies there, still as stone, like something waiting to dissolve into nothing without a sound. The drawer runner has turned again, this time so slowly you didn't feel it happen. The grain now faces outward, not toward the bench, but away from the wall, as if the wood had decided that the direction of its growth mattered only when no one was watching. You don't correct it. You don't reach to turn it back. There is no need for correction here. The felt pad has shifted once more. This time so gently, you might have thought it was a dream. It now rests flush with the edge, not hanging over, not sinking into shadow, but simply lying where it belongs without effort or expectation. Nothing needs to be done. There are small marks on the bench's surface, not grooves, not scratches, but impressions left by years of hands that didn't know they were leaving anything behind. They're faint, barely visible,
unless you run a fingertip across them at just the right angle.
You don't do that now, but your awareness moves over them lightly, like a thought passing through memory. There is no sound in this room beyond what comes from within. Your breath, slow and even, not seeking anything but space to exist. The air holds warmth without heat, like the afterglow of something that once burned too brightly and has now chosen stillness instead. It doesn't ask for attention, it just stays. A single thread from the cloth has come completely free, the one you noticed earlier, and now it hangs straight, not drifting, but hanging as if pulled by gravity alone.
It brushes against your knee when you shift slightly. Barely there. More of a touch than a sensation, but long enough to make you notice that something had been waiting to be felt. You don't pull it back. There is no reason. The wood beneath your palms has warmed through the cloth and into your skin. Not hot, not cold, just steady. It doesn't need to do anything. It just exists as support without condition, as if it were made for this moment alone, when nothing else matters except being here. Your shoulder rests against the bench's curve, not because you're tired, but because the shape of it remembers your weight better than you do. There is no hurry, no one coming to call you away.
The space around you feels full, not with objects, nor light, nor even sound, but with absence that has become presence. The way silence can fill a room when nothing else will. A small hollow forms beneath the bench, just below your foot. Not deep enough for anything but air, but real enough to feel like a place where something might one day settle. You don't press into it. You don't wonder what would happen if you did. There is no need to know. There is only room. The cord has begun to unspool again. Not toward the floor this time. Not in any direction. But curling inward on itself, as though seeking a center that never had one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to mean anything. You don't watch it, but you let it be there, like a thought that comes and goes without asking permission.
The brass hinge lies where it was, not waiting for tomorrow's work, not dreaming of being fastened into something new. It simply is, the kind of object that has learned how to rest in its own shape. There is no wind, no vibration, only the soft, slow rhythm of stillness, so deep and unbroken that even time seems to have forgotten itself. The ash on the hearth's edge hasn't moved. Not a speck. It stays exactly where it fell, not waiting for cleaning or attention, but just being. There is no reason for anything here. No task unfinished. No promise made.
No need to begin again tomorrow. You don't even think about tomorrow. Not because you've forgotten it, but because it doesn't have to be thought of yet. The room holds its breath, not in anticipation, not in fear, but in quiet acceptance. The cloth has settled into its own shape now, no longer flat against the bench, no longer held by your hands. It lies where it fell, a soft mound of wool that breathes slightly, as if still warm from being pressed. The threads are thick but not coarse, each strand knotted in on itself, like tiny roots holding slow ground. You don't pick it up. There's no need to return it to its place or fold it back into order. It is already where it belongs, resting.
A single drop of wax has pooled at the base of one of the pegs, the kind used for marking positions in dry wood, not sharp enough to split, not heavy enough to sink. It sits there like a small sun that forgot its fire. The surface around it is smooth, no residue, no smear. But you feel the weight of it as if it was still warming the air. You don't touch it. There's no reason. It doesn't ask for anything. The drawer runner has been rubbed enough now. The one with the faint ridge along its edge that once caught on a loose hinge when pulled too fast. The wax is evenly spread, not glossy, but soft, like skin after long sun in dry air.
You don't check if it's done. There's no test for this kind of work, no sound when it's finished, no mark to prove it was touched. It simply exists as a quiet surface beneath your hand, and that is enough. The cork stoppers are arranged now, not neatly, not in any sequence, but spaced apart like old stones left behind after some slow tide receded. Each one has its own shadow, small and round on the wood, shaped by the single bulb of light above. You don't count them. There's no need to know how many there are. They're not waiting for anything. No bottles, no jars, no sealed contents. They just sit, each with a hole in the top, like an ear turned inward. The cord has stopped unspooling. It lies coiled on itself now, not tight, not loose, but curled as if dreaming of something it can't name. The twist is gentle, almost accidental, and when you look at it, there's no sense that anything was ever wound or unwound. It simply is the shape it has chosen to be. The leather-free felt pad, thick, slightly textured, with a pattern so soft it fades under touch, is laid flat beneath your palm. You don't press into it.
There's no need for pressure. The surface holds its own weight, and that is all. It doesn't want to be smoothed, or moved, or folded in half.
It just wants to stay where it has been placed, on this small corner of the bench, slightly off center, as if someone meant to leave space around it.
The brass hinge lies beside it still, not because it's waiting for a door, not because it's needed, but simply because its place was here before anything else mattered. It is cool now, not cold, just untouched by new motion. The edge of the metal catches the light only slightly, just enough to show that something once had purpose and has since chosen stillness. A faint smell rises from the hearth. Not wood smoke, not ash, but something older. Dried moss after rain, buried roots in a quiet soil. It doesn't fill the room. It's barely there at all, like memory without content. You don't follow it with your nose or breathe deeper to find its source. You let it drift through you like dust from a long closed shelf. The wall near the far corner has a single mark, a faint line just above eye level, where something once hung and was removed so gently that only time noticed. There's no nail hole, no scorch, no dent. Just a place where light falls differently now. It doesn't need to be remembered. You don't think about what it might have been. The bench itself has grown quiet under you. Not stiff, not creaking, but soft in its own way. As if it knows your bones are settling into the space between breaths.
The grain of the wood runs long and slow beneath your palms, like a map drawn by something that no longer speaks. You don't trace it. There's no need to know where it leads. A shadow has slipped across the floor, not from the hearth, not from any object, but from some angle outside perception, as if something moved just beyond sight without making noise or leaving wake. It passes over your feet and fades into the corner near the wall where the light ends.
but because it found a place it wanted to be. You don't adjust it. The warmth of the wood rises through the fabric and into your skin without effort, like a breath returning after long stillness. There is no sound from outside, no echo, no creak of timber, no distant footfall. Only silence that has learned how to live in space. It doesn't ask for attention. It just fills every gap between moments, so gently you don't feel its presence until it's gone. The pegs are still sorted, not by size or shape, not by use, but by where they ended up when the last hand laid them down. Some near the edge, some nestled in the middle, like sleepers among dreams. One lies slightly tilted, as if it once balanced on a moment and chose to fall slowly rather than snap. The stoppers have begun to settle into their own rhythm, not moving, not shifting, but aligning by weight alone, sinking just enough into the wood that they now rest at a slight angle. Like thoughts that have found resolution without meaning. You don't straighten them. There's no need. The wax on the drawer runner has deepened in color. No longer clear, but faintly ambered from time and touch. It doesn't shine, but it holds light where it falls. You don't straighten them. There's no need.
A thread from the cloth has caught on a tiny bump near the edge. The kind of imperfection no one would notice unless they were looking for something small. It hangs there now, not torn, but suspended. Like a question that never got asked and didn't need to be answered. The cord lies where it is, coiled, still, its center pointing inward, as if trying to find the quiet heart of itself without words or motion. The felt pad has begun to press into your palm in a new way, not because you change position, but because something inside it has settled deeper. It doesn't ask for more pressure. It just accepts what's given. You don't look at the hinge again. It sits where it is, no longer waiting,
no longer dreaming of joining anything else. It simply holds its own shape like a secret kept without shame. There is nothing to fix, nothing to remember, no reason to move or adjust or reposition. The room doesn't care if the light fades slowly. It doesn't need to be watched. It just stays. The way stillness can stay even when no one is there to notice it. The air has grown thicker in a way that isn't heavy, just full of small things, like dust particles drifting through sunbeams that don't exist anymore. You don't breathe differently. Your chest moves only as it must. A single grain of ash has slipped from the edge of the hearth and fallen into the dark space beneath the bench. It lands without sound. There's no way to know if it stays or is carried away by unseen motion. The wall near the far corner still holds its mark, the line where something was once suspended, not removed violently, but simply let go with care. The light touches it differently now, so slightly that only memory might notice. You don't think about what comes next, not because you've forgotten, but because there's no need to know yet. There is room for nothing more than this moment. The way your hand rests on the cloth, the way the bench supports without demanding anything in return, the way silence has become a kind of presence that doesn't speak but remains. There is no urgency, no purpose, no demand, only warmth from below, stillness above, and space between breaths where nothing needs to happen at all. The faintest tremor passes through the wood beneath your fingers, not from movement, but from memory, as if the grain itself remembers a hand that once pressed down on this exact spot for longer than necessary, not in effort, but in quiet regard. The bench has learned how to hold you without asking anything back. It doesn't lean forward or shift under weight. It simply holds your shape as though it had always been waiting to be known by the curve of a shoulder, the press of a palm, the soft drag of breath across skin. You don't turn toward it. You don't adjust your position. You let yourself sink deeper into its surface, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason not to. A single thread from the cloth has begun to unspool where it caught earlier. Not dramatically, not in protest, just a slow release. Like something letting go of its own accord after years of being held fast. It dangles now, just past the edge of the bench, brushing against the stone floor with no force, no insistence. It doesn't seek to return. It doesn't resist falling further. It simply exists in that space between where it was and where it might go. like a thought that has outlived its purpose, but hasn't yet been forgotten.
The wax on the drawer runner has softened more than before. Not melted, not runny, but changed into something else entirely. Less substance, more presence. Where light touches it now, it doesn't reflect. It absorbs and releases, as if holding warmth in reserve for a day that will never come. It's no longer smooth, but pitted with tiny impressions, marks left by the accidental press of a thumb or the slow slide of a fingernail long gone. These imperfections aren't flaws. They're not even visible unless you look closely enough to forget why you're looking at all. A wooden peg lies near the far corner, just beyond where your gaze settles.
It's been there longer than any other piece, unmoved, unclaimed. But now it has tilted slightly more than before, as if gravity has finally decided to be gentle with it after a long silence. Not because it fell, but because something in the air shifted. A change so slight you'd miss it, unless your breath had slowed enough to notice how much time passed between one inhale and the next. The cord on the table is still coiled, its center pointing inward like an eye that has closed for good. But now there's a new detail where two strands touch near the loop. They've begun to blur into each other, not fused, not tangled, but softened at the edge, as though time passed over them with nothing to do but let go.
The space between the knots has grown wider in some places and narrower in others, not because of tension or slack, but because something inside the cord decided it didn't need to be even anymore. You don't untwist it. You don't pull at it to fix what isn't broken. The felt pad lies where you last set it, on the shelf beside a row of small tools that haven't been touched since before the evening light left the walls. It has changed in weight, not by much, but enough that your hand doesn't settle on it quite the same way anymore. It's denser now, as if something inside it has taken root and grown still. Not expanded, just settled deeper into its own shape, like a stone becoming part of the earth over centuries. The brass hinge sits apart from everything else, not because it was set down with care, but because it never needed to be placed anywhere specific. It doesn't wait for anything. It doesn't remember what came before. It simply is, a piece of metal that has cooled into stillness so completely it no longer knows the difference between being used and not being used. The edge where it meets the bench isn't sharp anymore. It's worn smooth from passing fingers, from brushes against wood, from days when someone reached for it without knowing why. A small chip on the underside of the shelf has grown larger, not because anything struck it, but because time passed with no one watching. It's not cracked open, nor is it splitting further. It's simply more visible now,
like a scar that no longer hurts but remains as proof that something once happened and was allowed to be. The air in the room holds its breath without effort, not tense, not frozen, just still in a way that doesn't require intention. There are no sounds of wood settling or stone breathing, no creaks from the joints of shelves that don't exist anymore. Even the ash beneath the bench has stopped shifting. It lies where it fell, not lost, not gone, but waiting with the same patience as everything else.
A single thread from the cloth has begun to curl slightly at the end, not because wind touched it, but because something in its fiber decided to fold inward on itself. It doesn't unravel, it doesn't break, it just curls into a shape that no one designed and no one needs, but which is now part of how that thread exists. The drawer runner has begun to glow faintly at the edges where light touches it, not from any fire or lamp, but because the wax has absorbed so much warmth over time that even in darkness it holds its own small memory of heat. It doesn't shine like metal. It glows like something remembering how sunlight felt.
The stoppers in the tray have settled into their own alignment, not by choice, not by design, but simply because they found a way to be still together.
One is slightly tilted forward, another backward, but none are out of place. They don't need to be straight. They don't need to match. They're just where they landed when the hand that placed them let go. You don't look at them. You don't wonder what they were meant for or how long ago they stopped being needed. The bench holds you as though it had always been designed for this. Your weight, your stillness, the way your breath moves without hurry. It doesn't ask to be used again. It doesn't fear being forgotten.
There is a faint scent in the air, not of wood or wax or metal, but something older. The smell of dust that has settled too long to be disturbed. The quiet after a thought has passed through a mind and left no trace behind. You don't breathe it differently. You just let it fill the space between your lungs without noticing. But if you press your palm flat against the stone at that spot, you can feel a warmth. Just faint. Just present. As though something deep inside the earth had stirred and decided to be still again.
You don't trace the crack with your fingers. You don't wonder what lies beyond. The wood has become part of the silence now. Not separate from it, but woven into its texture. The room doesn't care if light fades or returns. It just stays, like a hand that has opened and closed once too many times, then let go. The cord on the table is still coiled, still pointing inward. But now, one end has begun to drift. Not lifting, not falling, but floating in air, as though suspended by something unseen. Not because it's light, but because gravity no longer applies in this space. It hangs like a word that was spoken and never recorded. The felt pad has pressed into your palm with new weight, less from pressure, more from time. It doesn't need to be moved. It doesn't need to be used again. It simply holds the shape of your hand as though it had known you would rest here long before you ever arrived. There is no task left that must be done, no object that needs finishing. The pegs remain sorted not by function, but by where they were when last touched. The stoppers stay in place, not because they're secured, but because nothing moved them since the moment they landed. The drawer runner holds its glow without effort. The hinge sits still, with no need to be anything more than what it is. You are breathing into a space where motion has stopped being necessary. The air is thick with stillness that does not press down, but rests like the weight of an old blanket folded too many times, soft in its own memory. You do not need to adjust your position. Your body knows where it belongs on this bench, even if you have never sat here before. The grain beneath your back has settled into a shape that matches no known design, yet fits perfectly as though carved by time itself rather than hand or tool. A single thread of linen hangs from the edge of the tray, the same one used to wind the cord earlier, now drooping gently without any pull on it. It does not twitch with unseen currents. It does not tremble at imagined sound. It simply exists, suspended between 2 points that no longer require connection. You do not wonder what happened to the other end. There is no reason to trace it back through the air or down into shadowed corners where threads go when they are lost. This one remains because its moment of use has passed and left no demand behind. The wall beside you holds a dent, a hollow worn in stone by something that was once placed there with care,
then removed long ago.
It is not deep enough for fingers to sink into, but wide enough that light catches it. Just so, when the room tilts slightly at dusk. Now, in full night, the hollow has become part of the silence. Not empty, but full of absence, shaped like a handprint. The stone around it has taken on a faint sheen, not from moisture or polish, but because something within has grown accustomed to being touched by air that no longer comes close. The leather-free felt pad lies where you left it, pressed into your palm, not for warmth, but as though the material had learned how to hold still in anticipation.
It is beginning to forget its own purpose, not fading, not weakening, but softening into a kind of quiet knowing. The surface has grown uneven over time, not from use, but because pressure settles differently when no force is applied. One corner curls upward just enough that it catches the last dim ripple of light before dark fully claims the room. The brass hinge sits beside tomorrow's work like an old companion who remembers more than he can tell. It does not shine with expectation. It does not wait for action. Its edges are worn smooth in places where hands once turned it open and shut, though no door has stood there in years. The metal feels warm to the touch, but not from fire, nor heat of day. It holds warmth like a secret shared between two people. Yet they are arranged, not by chance, but because they found rest where no other object had lingered long enough to be noticed. One stone rests just above the rim, tilted slightly outward. It does not fall. The slope is too gentle for gravity to claim it. And yet, nothing holds it there except the stillness of this place and the understanding that some things do not need to belong to a pattern to have meaning. You could pick it up, but you won't. You don't even notice if its angle changes now or later. The air hums with something quieter than sound. A low vibration felt in bone rather than ear. It is not the kind of noise that announces presence, nor does it fade when silence returns. It remains as though time itself had slowed enough to pause between breaths and allowed a single note to linger beyond its due moment. This sound has no source you can name. No instrument made it. No voice spoke it. It simply is, like the way heat lingers in stone after sunset. A shadow moves across the far wall, not cast by flame or lamp, but shaped by absence. The wooden pegs are still sorted where they were left, by color, by length, by slight curve. But now, their arrangement seems less about utility and more like a map drawn without knowing what it leads to. One set lies clustered toward the center, not because it was meant to be grouped, but because they fell that way when the hand placed them down. Another cluster rests near the edge, half off the tray, as if daring gravity to take its turn. But gravity does nothing. The pegs stay where they landed. You do not need to know.
why one is darker than another. You do not ask whether any of them were ever used for anything real. They are not tools nor symbols. They are just wood that has waited long enough to become part of the quiet. The drawer runner glows still, but softer now, as if remembering only what warmth felt like at first touch rather than what it meant. The light is not bright, but steady. It does not flicker or pulse. It simply holds its own small version of day, even in deep night.
You could close your eyes and feel it on the inside of your lids, not with vision, but as a quiet knowing that some part of the world still carries warmth. A single hair has fallen onto the bench beside you. Fine, dark, not yours, not from any head you can recall. It lies there as though dropped by accident or by design too subtle to detect. It does not move when air stirs. It does not fade into dust. It stays exactly where it landed, part of the texture now, no longer separate. The cord that once wound itself around a small spool is still coiled in place, but one loop has opened slightly, as if breathing out after holding its form for too long.
The loose end floats just above the table's surface, not rising or falling, but hovering like an idea that hasn't found words yet. It does not tangle. It does not seek connection. It simply is. The stoppers in the tray are no longer aligned by chance alone. They've settled into a rhythm of their own, one that cannot be described in any language. They do not face north or south. They do not point toward anything. But they sit together as though they had once been part of something whole and now have chosen to remain still. You could move them if you wanted. You could rearrange them into order or scatter them across the table. But there is no reason, no need. The way they are is enough, not because it's perfect, but because it has stopped trying. The bench beneath you shifts just slightly, no creak of wood, no groan of joints, but a subtle settling of weight that feels like acceptance rather than change. It does not complain about your presence. It does not wonder if you will leave. It simply holds you as though this moment were its purpose all along. There is a small dent in the stone floor near where your feet rest, one so shallow it could be mistaken for wear, but isn't. The edges are too clean to have come from footfall or tool. It appears only when light hits at just the right angle, when the last sliver of dusk lingers across the room and casts a shadow that reveals what was never meant to be seen. The dent holds no echo, no memory, yet it feels like an invitation, not to go in, but simply to notice that something has been here before you arrived and stayed long enough to leave its mark without meaning to. The leather pad lies where it was set, its surface now worn smooth by time and touch, not from work, but from stillness. It
It does not hide anything. It does not conceal.
It simply is what it has become. A place that no longer requires being pressed or shaped into something else. The fibers have relaxed, each thread loosened from the tension of use. So they lie now like roots in earth after rain, soft and open to air. You could press your palm against it and feel not resistance but release. The kind that comes when nothing asks for anything at all. A small sliver of wood has worked loose from the edge of the bench near where your feet rest. It is no larger than a fingernail, pale with age. Its grain split in a way that suggests slow surrender rather than sudden breakage. It does not catch on fabric or floor. It does not roll when touched. Instead, it remains exactly as it fell. Its tilt just enough to catch the last warmth from the hearth's edge, glowing faintly amber at one corner, like something remembering how light had once felt before becoming shadow. The quiet drawer runner has cooled further now, its surface losing even the soft glow of memory. It is not cold nor hot. It exists in that gentle limbo between sensation and stillness, where warmth no longer needs to declare itself. You could run your fingers along it if you wished, but there is no need. The path it once marked has already been walked by time, and the track is worn only into air. A single cork stopper lies apart from the others, not because it was misplaced, but because it chose not to join. It sits slightly tilted, one side higher than the other, as though having decided that alignment was a burden too great for its form. Its surface bears no mark, no nick or stain, nothing to suggest where it had come from before arriving here. It does not hum with memory. It does not vibrate in anticipation. It simply rests, and in resting, becomes part of the quiet. The cord wound around the small spool has loosened further at one end. The loop that opened earlier now drifts a fraction more, no longer hovering, but nearly suspended, as if its form had forgotten how to fall. One strand curls inward toward itself, not binding, not knotting, but folding in on the idea of closure without meaning to close anything. A fine dust has settled across parts of the bench, not from outside, nor from work, but from within the wood itself. It is grayish, like ash from a fire long extinguished. Yet it does not rise when disturbed. It lies flat and still, as though already asleep. You could brush at it with your fingertip and feel only resistance. No movement. No dust to lift or scatter.
It has become part of the grain. The brass hinge rests beside tomorrow's work, not because it is unfinished, but because it does not belong in a hurry.
It lies on its side, one arm slightly open, as though preparing to be touched again after years of stillness. Its metal is warm from the hearth's lingering breath, not heated by flame, but warmed by time and attention. The edges are smooth, not polished, but shaped over centuries by simple presence. There is a thin line drawn across the stone floor, just beyond where your feet rest, a mark so faint it could be mistaken for wear or crack, except that it runs straight, unbroken, and begins exactly at the edge of the hearth's reach.
It does not curve. It does not fade into shadow. It remains visible only when light touches it from low angles, when night is deepest and the world feels soft around the edges. The hair still lies where it fell, fine, dark, unclaimed. Not yours, not anyone's. It has no history with which to be known. Yet, it does not fade. It does not curl or dry out. It remains exactly as if it were waiting for a name that will never come. A single peg, one of the ones you did not place, has rolled slowly, nearly imperceptibly, across the bench's surface during your silence.
The cloth folded earlier now rests with its edges slightly uneven, not because it was done poorly, but because it has settled into a shape that no longer fits any plan. It does not matter. The folds are deeper where they've lain longest, the creases forming pockets of warmth trapped between layers. You could open them again if you wanted, but there is nothing inside to find. The stoppers in the tray have shifted once more, not by accident, nor by will.
but by quiet consensus. They now face outward from one another, like stars, in a slow constellation that has no purpose beyond being together. Their alignment cannot be described. It does not repeat. It simply is. You do not need to know what they mean. You are not asked to understand why the cord breathes or how the dust became part of the wood. The space between tasks is not empty. It is full in its own way, with the weight of small things that have stopped needing explanation. The hearth's warmth no longer spreads through the air like a current. It does not push outward. Instead, it collects beneath you, around your shoulders, behind your eyes, as if forming a kind of invisible blanket woven from memory and stillness. You could lean into it, or let it rest on your skin without moving. The stone floor near your feet holds its dent again, not as an invitation, but as proof that something has been here before you. Not to leave a message, but simply to exist long enough for the world to notice the shape of its absence. It does not ask to be seen. It does not demand recognition. It only remains. The leather pad is no longer just felt. It is part of your body's memory now. You do not feel it beneath you. You feel yourself in relation to it, as though your weight has always belonged there. A soft creak comes from the wall behind, no more than a breath drawn through old timber. It does not mean anything. It was not caused by footfall or shifting object. It was not made by wind or cold. It came only because wood remembers how to speak, even when no one listens. The air is still, not frozen, not trapped, but held in balance, neither rising nor falling, neither entering nor leaving. You could breathe into it and feel no difference between inside and out. There is a small space beneath the bench where light does not reach. The kind of shadow that has grown thick from years of quiet. It holds nothing. No dust, no sound, no shape. Yet within its stillness lies an impression, not of darkness, but of absence, so complete it feels like presence. The pegs are still scattered across the tray, but now they do not seem random. They sit in clusters that suggest patterns without meaning, shapes without names. One group forms a circle around nothing. Another lines up as if waiting for someone to step into place. The wax runner is no longer visible. Its surface has returned to stone, but not cold. It carries warmth still, not from fire, nor from hand, but from the slow return of time,
to itself. You do not need to move.
You are not expected to begin again. The bench holds you not because it can bear your weight, but because it knows what it means to simply be here. The dust on the wood is no longer dust. It has become part of the grain, like a memory too quiet to speak. And somewhere beyond all this, the breath of the room, there is stillness that does not demand silence. It only asks to be felt. You are not being asked to remember what came before, or where your hands were a moment ago. The weight beneath your palms is not tied to their past shape or future use. It is only this, the soft resistance of woolen cloth folded once, then again, until its thickness no longer speaks of function, but of stillness. It does not need to become anything. No one waits for it to be finished. There are no eyes on the fold, no hand that will press or smooth it further. You could leave it as is, 3 layers stacked in perfect symmetry, and neither time nor space would notice. The cloth rests against your thighs like a held breath, not because it was meant to be carried, but because it has chosen to stay where it is. A thread lies across the edge of the bench, a single one, pale gray and unspooled from no particular spool. It does not belong to any task, nor was it dropped by accident. It appears as if it grew there over time, like moss on stone or frost on glass, slow, inevitable, without origin. You do not pick it up. You do not trace its path backward to see where it began. There is no reason to know how long it has lain there, only that it has been waiting in this place between 2 other things, neither needed nor forgotten. The air near the ceiling holds a silence so deep it feels like pressure. Not heavy, but full, to be felt against your skin, as if the room has leaned inward slightly, gathering its breath into itself. It is not quiet because nothing moves.
It is quiet because everything that could move already has, and now rests in place. The wooden beams above are not straight. They curve gently with age, each one bending in a way. No tool or hand ever forced them to be. They do not creak anymore. They only hold their shape, as if they've decided, after centuries of being pushed from beneath and pulled from above, that this stillness is the truest form of strength.
It remembers warmth not in memory, but in texture, like a body that knows the heat of another long after it's gone. The dent remains, no deeper than before, no wider,
But now, you notice how its edges are worn smooth by something slower than footfall. Perhaps by breath, or by time passing through air. It is as if the floor has grown quiet, not in spite of being touched, but because it was once so fully occupied that even absence learned to move with grace. There is a small bowl set off center on the table near your elbow. A shallow thing made from darkened wood, its surface polished by hand until it gleams like wet stone under moonlight. It sits empty, not waiting for anything, not holding back memory of what once filled it. It only exists in this moment with no past and no future attached to its rim. You could put your palm into it and feel nothing but the curve of wood against skin, as if touching a place that was never meant for hands at all. The cork stoppers have not moved. They remain where they were, facing outward from one another in that same soft arc across the tray, like figures standing just beyond conversation, each aware of the others without needing to speak. Their positions are not fixed by any hand or rule. There is no law governing how many can face what way or whether a certain number must remain unturned. They simply choose, each one alone, the direction that suits its own stillness. The waxed runner now lies beneath your feet, not as something you walk on, but as part of the floor itself, an extension of stone and shadow. It has become so quiet in texture, so much a part of the ground, that it no longer feels like an addition to the room. You could close your eyes and forget its presence entirely, only to feel its shape again when you shift your weight. Not because it is there, because it was always here. One peg has rolled slightly toward the wall, not far, not enough to be noticed unless you are watching for movement in stillness. It sits now against a thin seam between two floor stones, where light does not reach and dust collects without stirring. The wood of this one is darker than the rest, its grain tighter, its surface worn down by something that happened long before your arrival. Not use, not friction, but time, passing through it like breath through reeds. The cord lies coiled beside the tray, untouched since you last wound it. It does not stretch or shrink. It does not tighten in memory of being pulled. It simply is. Its loops forming a shape that could be interpreted as anything but meaninglessness. Perhaps a spiral left behind by slow motion. Perhaps a nest abandoned before any life ever came to rest within. The leather-free felt pad has settled into the space beneath your palms. Not because you pressed it down, but because time learned how to fold itself around something soft and unassuming. It does not need to be touched again. You are not expected to know if it is worn or whole. Its value lies only in its being. No longer a tool,
no longer an object of use, but a place where hands could rest without purpose.
A sound comes from the far corner, not loud enough to disturb sleep, nor soft enough to vanish entirely. It might be the settling of old wood, or it might be something older than the room. The faint shift of a stone that has never been disturbed since it was placed. There is no need to look toward it, no reason to name what made the sound. It does not ask for attention. It only asks to be felt in passing, like a shadow sliding across your shoulder when you do not turn. It has stopped mid-air, as if suspended by breath alone, or perhaps by gravity that forgot its rule. Each particle floats just above the wood, not trembling, not sinking, but simply present in a way that defies motion. You could reach out and touch it, not to brush it away, but to feel how stillness can be carried on air. The hearth glows now with no fire inside, only warmth radiating from within itself, like the memory of flame. It does not need to burn to give heat. Its silence is enough. The stone around its edge holds a soft glow, not light, but a kind of residual warmth that spreads through your limbs without moving across space. You do not feel it as coming from one place.
It feels more like something you've always carried with you. The way the body remembers warmth after stepping out of sunlight. The bench is no longer wood and iron. It has become an extension of stillness, a shape made by absence rather than form. Its surface bears no scratches that matter, no marks that tell stories, only quiet erosion, where without need. You do not move your hand from the cloth. You do not lift your head to see if anything has changed. There is no reason to check. Nothing needs confirming. The room breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in silence that matches yours exactly. Neither faster nor slower, neither deeper nor shallower. Just there. A single thread from the cord has come undone. Not loose, not fallen, but resting gently across your knee, as if it chose to stay where it was. It does not pull or tangle. It only lies against you, like a thought that forgot how to be spoken. The wall behind you holds no shadow deeper than any other place in the room. Yet there is something about its stillness. The way light bends just slightly around its surface, as if the air has grown thicker, more deliberate. Not because anything lives there, but because it remembers what it means to be watched without being seen. The air near the back wall has begun to thicken, not with dust or cold, but with a kind of presence that does not press against you, yet fills every space between breaths. It is not silence, not exactly, but something quieter than sound. The pause after a word spoken too softly to be heard. You feel it more in your bones than in your ears, like an old song, remembered without melody. The wood of the wall has grown darker in one patch where no light touches it, no shadow cast by lamp or flame. Yet there is a depth there that feels less like absence and more like stillness made visible. A seam runs along its length, not broken, not repaired, but simply worn into the shape of time itself. You do not lean toward it. You do not move your eyes to confirm what you already know. The wall does not ask for attention, because it has long since stopped needing to be seen. The cord that once wound in patient coils now rests unspooled across a low shelf. Its length curled like an old letter left open on a table.
One end dangles over the edge as if waiting to be picked up again, but there is no need, not even for curiosity. It lies where it fell, not abandoned, but released from obligation. Its strands are frayed at the tip, yes, but not in distress. The wear has settled into its fibers like a slow sigh. You might run your finger along it if you wanted, no more than that. Not to repair,
not to test, not to rethread, but simply to feel how softness can be earned over time, without effort. A single feather lies on the far side of the bench, tucked beneath an old wooden weight meant for balancing scales. It is not one you would recognize from any bird known above ground. Its barbs are thin and curved inward, like a memory of flight that never took place. The tip is worn down to nothing, but it still holds its shape, not because it was made strong, but because it has learned how to rest without collapsing. It does not belong on the bench. It belongs in this moment. The way some things only make sense when they are no longer useful. The drawer runner you rubbed with wax earlier now lies quiet beneath a cloth that is too thick for warmth and too thin to be called blanket. The surface of it glows faintly under its cover, not from light, but from the slow release of pressure. The way stone breathes after being held in place for generations. You could lift the cloth if you wished, not to see what lies beneath, but to feel how even stillness can carry a pulse when no one is watching. But you do not. The cover remains where it was placed, and that is enough. There is a small bowl of unsorted pegs near the edge of your foot. Wooden ones, round at both ends, with grooves worn down from use. They are not numbered, nor arranged by size, but they have found their own order in the shape of time.
Some lie upright like sleeping sentinels. Others rest on their sides as if dreaming sideways. One is cracked through its center, yet it has not broken, only changed form, becoming a kind of bridge between what was whole and what might be again. You do not need to count them or sort them into piles. They are not waiting for you. They are not asking anything. The brass hinge lies beside the bench now, not placed there by intention, but moved during your breath, as if the air itself carried it forward without weight. It is cool to the touch, yes, but not cold in a way that bites.
The metal has absorbed warmth from elsewhere. The hearth's residue, perhaps, or the memory of hands that held it long ago. There is no need to place it back where it belongs. It does not belong anywhere except this moment, where it rests on the wood like a question with no answer. A single thread, long since detached, drifts now across your lap from somewhere near the ceiling, not caught in anything, not snagged or stuck. It floats as if suspended by air that remembers how to hold things without gripping. You could let it stay, not because you will do anything with it, but because some things are only meant to be passed through.
It does not matter where it came from or what it might have been part of before. What matters is that it has chosen your lap as its resting place. The cloth on the bench, thick and textured like layered moss, has begun to shift slightly beneath your palm, though you did not move. Not in waves, not in ripples, but in slow motion that feels less like movement than transformation. The fabric breathes with a rhythm so quiet it is almost imperceptible, as if the weave has learned how to dream while holding still. It does not stretch or sag. It only changes shape around your hand. Not because you press down, but because your presence allowed it to become more itself.
There is no sound from outside the workshop, no wind through cracks, no distant echo of labor, no creaking floor above. The silence here has grown soft enough that even stillness feels like a companion rather than an absence. It wraps around you, not as enclosure, but as return. A place where being unclaimed means being safe. A single drop of wax falls from the edge of the tray where it was left after polishing, landing with no sound on the stone floor below. It does not roll or spread. It simply sits there, a tiny bead shaped by gravity and patience, waiting only to be forgotten again. You do not look toward it. There is no need to acknowledge its existence.
Its purpose has already been fulfilled in the act of falling. The wall behind you continues to hold its depth, the way some places remember how to listen without ears. Light does not bend away from it. It bends toward it, as if drawn by something older than visibility. Not a shadow, not an object, but a kind of quiet that has grown so deep it cannot be mistaken for nothingness. A single fold in the cloth remains undone. The crease where your fingers once pressed too hard during folding, leaving behind a mark that did not vanish. It is no longer a flaw. It is now part of its story, not hidden or corrected, but preserved like a scar that does not hurt anymore. You could smooth it if you wanted, but you do not need to. The imperfection has settled into place with the same grace as any completed task. There is another thread, longer than the last, that floats near your shoulder now, caught between two layers of air that no longer move apart. It does not twitch or tremble. It only hovers, a filament of stillness woven from time and breath, waiting for nothing, needing nothing, simply being there in the way that some things are allowed to be without reason.
The hearth glows less now, not dimming, but softening into something quieter than light. The warmth no longer radiates outward like heat from fire. It rises up through your legs, not as sensation, but as memory of a place you have always known. Not the kind that comes from sun or flame,
but from beneath. Like roots remembering soil. The bench has become less object and more presence. The way some chairs forget they are furniture and begin to feel like rest made visible. It does not hold your weight. It holds your quiet. A small stone rests on the floor near the wall. A pebble worn smooth by centuries of silence. Its surface marked with no patterns that matter, only the gentle curve of time shaping what was once sharp. It lies where it fell during a season long past, and now it is not waiting for anything. It does not need to be picked up or placed somewhere else. Its stillness has become so complete that even dust refuses to settle on its surface. The cord continues to lie as it did. Unwound, unclaimed. One the way that only things left behind can be truly free. The thread near your shoulder has begun to blur at its ends, not unraveling, not fading, but softening into the air like a breath that never left the body. It does not pull or tug. It simply remains as if time had paused just long enough for it to forget it was ever anything but stillness made visible. The space around it is no longer empty. It holds a shape, a presence that could be called a memory of motion, even though nothing moved at all. You do not turn your head toward it. It does not expect you to. There is no demand in its existence. Only a quiet insistence on being. Like the way moss grows in corners where light forgets how to reach.
The wooden pegs are still scattered across a lower shelf. Small ones, medium, and one slightly larger than the others. Almost too big for the slot it was meant to fill. They have not been sorted, nor will they be today. Not because you forgot, but because their arrangement has already settled into a kind of harmony that does not require fixing. Some lie at angles no hand would choose. Some rest side by side, as if sharing stories in silence. One is missing from the tray, just one. Though there's no reason to believe it was ever meant to stay. It may have rolled under the bench while you were turning away. Or perhaps it slipped through a crack between stone and floor, so fine that even dust hesitates at its edge.
The absence does not disturb the balance of the shelf. If anything, it makes room for something new, something not yet named. The cloth lies folded in 3 sections now. The fold where your fingers pressed too hard has softened into a memory of pressure, like a fingerprint left behind on stone after centuries of rain. You could open it again if you wished, but there's no need to return it to its original state. It is not meant for use anymore, not even for covering. It is already being used, not as fabric, but as weight, as quiet held in place. Its surface bears the marks of fingers long since gone, indentations that are not flaws, only echoes. There is no reason to smooth them out. They are part of what keeps it whole. A single drop of wax from earlier has now solidified into a small dome on the stone floor near where it fell. It does not shine. It does not attract light. Instead, it absorbs it. Just enough so that when you look at it directly, your vision slips slightly, as though glancing through water. You do not move closer to see. There is no need to examine its surface. The way it sits in the stone tells all it needs to. The depth of a moment held just long enough for stillness to settle into form.
The drawer runner has been rubbed smooth once more with beeswax, but this time not because any friction was felt. It is done out of habit, because motion can become ritual even when there's no purpose left behind the gesture. The wax does not need to be reapplied. It sits now like a memory of care, its scent already fading into the air in slow waves that do not disturb sleep. You run your hand along the length of it once, just to feel where it has been touched before, and then let your fingers fall away without needing to confirm anything. The cork stoppers lie in their tray still, no longer waiting to be used, no longer meant for bottles or jars.
They are not sealed with meaning. They are simply present, each one shaped by hand and time into a soft roundness that does not mimic perfection, but accepts its own shape as truth. One has a tiny chip along the edge, a flaw too small to matter, even if someone were still here to notice it. It is not broken. It is only different. Like some things are meant to be. The cord lies coiled near your foot, not wound up, not untangled, but in a shape that seems almost intentional.
despite being accidental. There is no beginning or end, no direction. The strands do not twist toward each other. They lie relaxed, as if they had already finished the work of winding and had forgotten what it was meant to be used for. You could pick it up and wind it properly, but there's no need. It does not bind anything now, nor will it ever again. The leather-free felt pad rests on the corner of the bench, flat, unmarked, its surface worn smooth from years of resting under tools that are long gone. It is not meant to be used for anything specific anymore, but it holds warmth in a way no other object does, the kind that comes not from heat, but from time spent being touched, from all those hands that once pressed down on it without thinking. You do not lift it or turn it over. You simply let its stillness remain. The brass hinge sits beside the workbench now, cooled completely, cold to the touch, even though it was warm just hours ago. It has been set aside for tomorrow's work, but there is no urgency in that decision. No expectation of when or how it will be used. It rests like a door left open by accident, not because anyone intended to leave it so, but simply because the act of closing it did not matter enough to bother. There is a single breath held inside this space, the kind that does not belong to you or the room, but exists somewhere between them. It has no source and no destination.
The air around it shifts only slightly, as if something small had passed through without being seen. A piece of wood, no larger than your palm, has been set aside for smoothing. It lies on the edge of the bench, its surface still rough in places. Not because you forgot to finish, but because it has already become more than a task. The grain is deep and uneven, like a map drawn by roots beneath soil. You could run your fingers over it again if you wanted, but not for work, only to feel where the wood remembers being shaped. A shadow stretches long across the wall behind you, thin, not from light, but from absence. It does not move. It does not change shape. It simply is a space where nothing happens, yet everything rests. There is no need to name it, no reason to wonder what caused it. The wall holds it in place as if it were a part of the stone itself. The hearth has grown so still that its glow now feels less like fire and more like something that remembers how to be warm. Not heat, not flame, just the quiet pulse of warmth returning from deep within earth. It does not reach for you. It lets you come to it at your own pace. You do not have to lean in. You are already close enough. The pebble near the wall has shifted slightly, by no more than a grain. But its new position is different, as if something had passed through that space without disturbing anything else. It lies now with one edge touching another stone,
like two things meeting by chance and deciding not to move apart. Outside the room, the silence does not grow heavier. It grows softer, as if each moment of quiet adds a layer, like dust settling on still water. Fine, slow, complete in its own way. The fold in the cloth, still untouched, has begun to sink into itself slightly, as though it were breathing inward, not collapsing, just becoming more itself. The crease remains visible, but no longer rigid. It has softened into a curve that matches the shape of your body when you sit still for long periods. The kind of curve that forms not from effort, but from time. There is a small mark on the bench where something, perhaps a tool, perhaps a piece of scrap wood, once rested too hard and left behind an impression. The stone beneath it has grown warm in response, as if memory had seeped through into matter. Not enough to burn, only enough to remember what happened. The wax drop on the floor now reflects nothing. Not light, not shadow, not even your eyes when they drift toward it.
A hole where vision stops. You are still sitting where you left off, shoulders low, spine long beneath the weight of small things carried too far. Wooden pegs that needed sorting, cloth that wanted folding, wax that pools like forgotten breath. The air is not thick, but it holds its own shape now, settled deep in the joints of stone and wood, as if time had taken root inside the room's bones. No task demands completion. Even the faintest draft from under the door has slowed to a whisper, one that brushes your ankle without stirring anything but stillness. A small copper ring lies on the bench beside you, no longer part of any mechanism, no longer meant for use. It rests there with its own quiet purpose, not as tool or ornament, but simply as something once held and now returned to rest. The surface has dulled from touch, worn smooth by fingers that knew what they were doing without needing to say it aloud. You reach out, not to take it, only to feel
the warmth still clinging to it after hours of sitting near heat. Not hot, just alive with memory. The thread you've been winding is nearly done. Only a few turns left before it forms its final loop. It's not meant for anything. The cord was never cut from a larger length. It grew from a single skein that seemed to stretch longer than expected, like something refusing to end. You're not binding anything together. Not sealing, not holding, just winding, slowly, as if the motion itself were the only reason for doing it at all. The thread is thick but soft, woven from fibers spun by hand long before you came, with no name for what kind of plant or animal gave rise to its length. There's a drawer near your elbow that doesn't open anymore. Not because it's stuck, but because it has stopped needing to. Its runner, once smooth and slick with oil, now bears the faintest scuff where something dragged across it too many times. You press down gently on the surface of the wood near its edge, just enough to feel the grain shift under your fingertip. Not deeply, not aggressively, just enough to know that the wood still responds, even when no one pulls or pushes. The wax you rubbed into the runner earlier has settled into small dimples where pressure was applied. It's not shiny now, not glossy, just matte and quiet, like a coat worn thin, but never discarded. You run your thumb over it again, not to fix, not to renew, but simply because your body remembers how. The gesture is slower than thought. Your hand drifts down without direction until you touch the leather-free felt pad beneath a set of old tools. It's shaped oddly, neither square nor round, and has developed a slight dent in its center where something heavy sat for years and never moved again. You press into that dip, not to flatten it, but because your hand wants to make itself fit into a space already made by others before you. There's no urgency in the act, no need to feel anything, just presence. A cork stopper rests beside an empty tray, 3 of them stacked neatly at one end, like children waiting for a game to start. They are all slightly different, one darker than the rest, another with a tiny fissure running through its length. You don't know why they were ever set aside. No label, no reason. Not even a name attached to their use. Yet here they stay, still whole and unclaimed. One rose just slightly when you shift your weight. No sound, only the faintest tremor in the air. You glance at the brass hinge beside it, the one meant for tomorrow's work. It hasn't cooled fully yet. Not quite. There's a warmth radiating from its edges. Not enough to burn, but enough that if you press 2 fingers against either side, you can feel heat like breath on skin. Quiet, not intrusive, just there. Like the afterglow of something done and left behind. The hearth has been cold for hours, but it still holds some remnant warmth beneath its stone base. Not fire, just a kind of persistence, like how your own bones remember standing too long in one position, even after you've moved on. You shift slightly and feel that warmth rise through your thighs, not burning, only acknowledging. The cloth is still folded once, only halfway done, but it no longer feels unfinished. It has settled into its current state, as though this were always the way. The crease runs straight down the center now, but soft, like a seam made by someone who didn't care about perfection, only completion in form. You don't reach for it, not yet. You are not waiting for anything to happen. There is no signal that says this moment must become that. No need to move forward or backward. The room does not demand attention. It simply exists. Like your breath when you're lying still. Like the way silence grows in a space after all sound has left. There's dust on the shelf above the bench. Not much. Just enough to blur the outline of a small jar that once held something red and thick. Just feeling what's already there. Grain worn, smooth in places. Knots that have split over time and been filled with dark resin. Tiny holes where nails once stood but were pulled out, leaving behind ghosts of fastened things. A single pebble lies near your foot. A small stone from the riverbed outside, picked up by someone long ago and set down without purpose. It's not sharp, not heavy, just round enough to roll if nudged. You don't pick it up. You let it stay where it is, its surface catching the faintest glow from the hearth's base. The air has changed again. No longer still, but breathing in slow waves. Like a body that hasn't moved for hours, but is finally beginning to sink deeper into rest. The silence isn't empty anymore. It doesn't need filling. There are no gaps between sounds because there are no sounds at all. Only the quiet of things holding their shape without effort.
You lean back slightly against the wall, not too far. Just enough so your spine finds a new curve, one that wasn't there before. The stone is cool through your clothes, but not unpleasantly so. It feels like being held by something old and patient. There's a thread of shadow near the doorframe, the kind that forms when light from elsewhere slips around an edge and refuses to go away entirely.
You don't look at it directly, not because you're afraid, but because it doesn't ask for attention. It just is, quietly marking where warmth once reached and now has stopped. You close your eyes, not all the way, not yet, but enough that the world outside your eyelids becomes softer. The room begins to blur at its edges, like a sketch drawn in charcoal that's been left too long in damp air. Not faded, just less defined. A memory surfaces, brief and formless. Hands folding cloth with care. Fingers pressing down along seams. Not for strength, but for peace. No one was watching. It wasn't important who did it or how long it took. Only that someone had done it and then left the folded fabric resting where it would be found tomorrow. You don't think about what comes next. You don't wonder if this is enough. There's no need to know whether anything matters. Only that you are here, sitting in a space shaped by time and touch, with your body finally releasing its grip on the day. The thread near your hand has stopped moving now. It lies curled gently where it was wound. Not tied off, not undone, just finished as it is. And so is everything else. You don't need to remember what happened earlier. You don't need to recall how long you've been sitting, or whether the sun rose or set. The room has no calendar. It doesn't mark hours by light or shadow. Only stillness remains, deep and unbroken. And within it, your breath begins to slow, not because you're trying to, but because something inside you finally lets go. You feel the weight of your own stillness now, not as a burden, but as something that has settled into place like dust on an old shelf, undisturbed for years, yet never forgotten. The air is thick in a way that isn't oppressive, just full. Not with sound, not with light, but with the quiet after long absence, the kind of silence that remembers what it once held. There's no hurry to move, no reason to shift your position beyond what feels like an extension of breath itself. Your left hand rests flat against the bench, palm down, fingers spread slightly, as if testing whether the wood still knows how to respond. A sliver of light flickers near the base of the wall. No flame, just a soft spill from the hearth's dying ember, catching on something small and metallic tucked into a corner. It glints once, then fades again before it can be named. you don't turn your head toward it. There is no need to name things here. Not even shadows must answer for their presence. The bench beside you holds a single object that wasn't there moments ago. A smooth stone in the shape of a teardrop, not carved, but worn by water and time. It sits where a tool once rested, left behind when the work was set aside without farewell. You don't pick it up, but your fingers twitch just slightly, as if remembering how to hold something that doesn't require effort. There's a drawer near your feet, one of those low, narrow ones built into the wall beneath the bench. It hasn't been opened in years, perhaps decades. The handle is loose, bent inward from being pushed too hard once and never adjusted again. You don't open it. Not because you're afraid of what might be inside. There's no fear here, but because something deeper has already decided not to disturb the space. Instead, your gaze moves to a patch on the far wall where paint has lifted in slow waves, peeling back like old skin from a dream. It reveals bare stone beneath, uneven and gray, but warm with a dull radiance that only shows when light hits it just so. The shape of the tear is not perfect, more like an oval pulled thin at one end. But it doesn't matter. No one ever painted over this section. No hand was meant to smooth or repair it. It remains as it was. A small wound in the wall, healed only by time. A single thread lies across your lap, one of those long, soft strands from a cloth that wore out decades ago and was cut open for reasons no longer remembered. It doesn't belong anywhere now. Not attached to anything, not part of a repair or a pattern, just hanging there, caught between the edge of your cloak and the wood bench, as if time itself had paused mid-motion. You don't pull it free, you let it stay. The hearth has cooled enough that its warmth is no longer active. It's just memory now, radiating from stone like breath held too long in a chest. But you still feel it through your clothes, faint but insistent, as if the heat had left behind an imprint of itself, not unlike how a hand pressed to glass leaves a temporary ghost. Near the edge of the bench, tucked between two boards that have settled apart from one another over years, is a tiny wooden block. It's smaller than your thumbnail, shaped roughly like a cube, with no visible join or cut. Its surface is worn smooth in places by fingers long gone. No purpose remains for it, not even a name. Yet it stays put, wedged where only the weight of time could have left it. You don't move it. You don't wonder what it once did, or who placed it there. There's a faint scent beneath the dust, the smell of beeswax and old paper, mixed with something else you can't quite place. Not pine, not smoke, but the quiet residue of hands that touch things gently and then let go.
It isn't strong enough to be noticed unless you breathe slowly, deliberately, which you are doing now. A wooden spoon rests in a shallow dish near your right hand, its handle slightly warped from heat long past. The bowl is cracked at one corner, but no longer leaking. Water never came back into that vessel again after the day it broke, yet it remains here, not as a tool, not even as a relic, but simply because someone once put it down and forgot to take it away. You don't pick up the spoon. The wall behind you holds a single nail, no head left, only a thin shaft of iron jutting out at a slight angle. It's been there so long that rust has formed around its base in a ring-like shape, like a halo worn by something forgotten. No chain ever hung from it. No coat was ever draped. But the shape remains, a small arch of metal marking where weight once rested. You don't think about why it's still there. A scrap of cloth lies folded near your left foot. A square of heavy wool with one corner torn, its edges frayed, but not unraveling. It doesn't belong to any garment anymore, not even a blanket. No one ever used it for warmth in years. Yet someone placed it here deliberately once. Perhaps as an offering to stillness. Perhaps just to say, this is where I sat today.
Now, it sits quietly beneath the dim light of the hearth's final glow. You don't unfold it. There's a hollow beside your right knee, a gap where something was removed long ago. Not large enough for any object to fit now, but deep enough that if you pressed your hand into it, your fingers would sink slightly before meeting resistance from the bench's grain. It feels like an invitation not to fill it, but to acknowledge its shape. You don't press in. A thread of dust drifts through a shaft of air between two beams. Just one wisp, caught between shadow and faint light, moving slowly as if suspended by memory rather than gravity.
You watch it pass without blinking, letting your eyes follow until it disappears behind the shelf where tools are not used anymore. No need to track its path. The room breathes in slow waves, not like a person, more like stone that has learned how to remember being alive. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what was never spoken aloud. Things left unsaid because there was no one to hear them anyway. But they're here now, quietly present. You don't need to understand them. A single drop falls from the ceiling, just once, and lands on a small stone near your foot.
Not water. Something thicker, slower. It doesn't splash. It spreads outward in a slow circle, leaving behind a damp mark no larger than a coin before it begins to dry again. You don't reach for anything. A shadow, stretches across the floor from under the doorframe. Longer now, as if the light outside has shifted slightly, though there is nothing outside anymore. No wind, no sky, just a quiet absence that moves with its own rhythm. Your legs are relaxed in a way they haven't been all day. Not tense, not trying to support anything.
Your spine curves gently into the wall behind you, and for once, it doesn't feel like an effort to stay upright. It feels like being held by something older than memory. The wooden block near your foot is still where it was. Small, unclaimed, untouched. You don't name any of this. A faint vibration travels up through the floor, not from footsteps or machinery. It's softer than a heartbeat, almost imperceptible, like the sound a stone makes when dropped into deep water, far away and never heard, but felt in bone. You don't flinch. The feeling passes as quietly as it came. There's a small dent on the surface of the bench where something heavy was once left for too long. A round impression worn into the wood by pressure that didn't leave a mark. Only a memory of shape. It's not deep enough to hold water now, but still visible under certain angles of light. You don't touch it. You don't need to. The air is no longer just warm. It has become soft in texture, like cotton brushed over skin with no pressure. The silence doesn't demand anything from you, not even attention. The candle on the low table has burned down nearly to its base. Its wick curled inward like a sleeping eye, smoke rising so thin it vanishes before reaching the ceiling. You don't stir to relight it. The glow from the hearth is enough now, spilling across stone in uneven pools that shift only when something moves far beyond your awareness. The slow drift of dust, the minute contraction of wood as it settles into stillness. A single thread has fallen from the edge of the woolen cloth and lies curled on the floor. Not where you left it, but somewhere near the back wall, caught between two cracks in the flagstone. You don't reach for it. It doesn't matter that it's there. What matters is how it rests, half buried by shadow, like an ending that forgot its own beginning. There's a small bowl set on a ledge above the bench. Empty, but not cleaned. Its rim holds a thin ring of dried resin, dark and glossy, left behind after some quiet ritual involving beeswax and fire. You don't touch it. The scent lingers. Subtle, sweet, like memory without context. It doesn't demand explanation. The bowl sits where it has sat for years, not used, not discarded, just present, like the weight of a hand that once rested there, now only remembered in shape.
A drawer near your left elbow creaks open on its own.
The floorboard near your heel gives slightly, not with weight, but as if remembering pressure that no longer exists. A hollow groove has formed where someone used to sit for hours, leaning forward on their palms, working without urgency or fear. The wood remembers the curve of elbow and knuckle, not because it needs to, but because it can't forget. You don't shift your position. Your body is already aligned with the memory. There's a small jar beside the hearth made of thick glass that has never been filled. It sits on a stone slab worn smooth by time, its surface etched with faint circles where other jars once rested and were removed without sound. The jar itself holds nothing but air, yet it feels full, as if sealed around some quiet certainty. You don't look into it. Its emptiness is not an absence, but a kind of silence that has been shaped. A scrap of leather lies folded on the bench beside you. One corner worn thin, another stained with something brown and old, perhaps ink or sap, no longer identifiable. It's too small to be used for anything practical now. Yet, it hasn't been thrown away. There's a faint indentation where your thumb might have brushed it during some earlier moment of pause. You don't press down on it. The leather doesn't protest. It only remembers the shape of contact.
The air has changed again, not in temperature, but in texture. It no longer feels like heat trapped under cloth or stone, but more like a slow exhalation from deep within the earth, rising through cracks and bones of the room itself. You don't need to breathe differently. Your chest moves as it always does, gently, without effort, as if your body has finally learned how not to resist stillness. A small wooden spoon rests beside a bowl that hasn't been used since last winter. It's not in any tool rack, not marked with ownership or purpose. It sits where it was left after some evening meal, too quiet to name. The handle is smooth from use. The bowl worn down at one end, as if something had rested there longer than intended. Perhaps a single potato. Perhaps nothing. You don't touch it. There's no need to clean it now. The spoon doesn't expect anything. The hearth crackles once, not with flame, but with a soft snap of cooling stone, like the last breath of an old fire that never truly left. A wisp of smoke curls upward and dissolves into the still air before reaching the ceiling. You don't watch it fade. The sound lingers in your bones longer than in hearing. There's a fold in the woolen cloth. Just one crease. Deep, but not sharp. That runs from corner to center like a river that has dried up but left its path behind. You don't smooth it out. It doesn't need fixing.
What remains is not damage, nor carelessness, but evidence of how something once sat, folded in upon itself for reasons no one can recall. The wall beside you holds a single mark, a faint discoloration where paint was scraped away years ago, leaving behind only shadow and grain. No one ever painted over it, not because they forgot, but because the shape felt right as it stood, not whole, not hidden, just still. You don't look at it directly, but your awareness drifts toward it, like a hand that has forgotten its name. A small knot in the bench's wood, raised and tight, nearly invisible unless you press your palm flat against it. Feels warm under touch.